So you think a move toward like 180 would be good?
Yep.
Yeah.
I do.
Let's go ahead and do 30 meters. And yeah, Fernando, on top of these ridges like this, you'll get some weird current shifts
this animal
occasionally.
is
Okay.
in the genus
Because the
Okeanos.
water's just whipping right over the top of this
Really
feature,
what
right?
species
Yeah.
we could go to on
Something
this
we
at
gotta
all.
Bridge, are we now?
It's between something we call
Go ahead, Nav.
Borealis,
Ready for a ship move.
which has
30
larger,
meters, bearing 180 at a speed of
Would you like video?
larger
Tilt up just a bit.
spirals,
Okay, sorry.
Roger that.
Iridogorgia
Copy
fellows.
range
Only half paying
30,
attention there.
No
to
worries.
the
bearing
frames.
The way I
180,
think about 'em, this thing
speed decimal 2.
kinda
That's a good copy, Bridge.
to be Iridogorgia intermedia spiral.
Yeah, I
Middle,
think what
so-
got me disoriented
No,
right there
maybe
was
somebody
that
else
my
is,
Okay to
camera
zoom
was
out?
over
So
90
far down.
degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
So-
some of the most
Yeah, you can zoom out if you
beautiful
want. It's up to you.
deep water
Or zoom in.
corals
Yeah.
that we
Hold there.
find
Yeah, that was a
down
good eye,
here
Fernando.
at these depths. And
Yeah, because I mean, we were stationary for quite a while. And then,
Yeah, but I saw
They
that
are
coming in,
always
and I
popular. and
really
they're just
didn't know how
absolutely
fast
amazing.
was that
And they're
bridge
in the
so
coming in.
family
that would have been
Brachypelagini.
current shift, current
Yeah.
blowing Sirius
I
over to
think,
the side.
Scott or Les.
So that's good to keep an eye on.
Go ahead,
Nav,
Scott.
move initiated.
I was just going to say
Move
that I
initiated.
can't
Thank you, Bridge.
contradict you on the guesses you made to the species. You're right; it does have the sense of Magna spiralis in terms of the diameter and size of the spirals and the spacing between them, but it does seem a little bit smaller than the typical. And unfortunately, Les isn't
Be all right if I zoomed
immediately
a bit more?
available. He is watching,
Yeah,
and
I
perhaps
don't
he'll
mind.
shoot an
Zoom out.
email or something, and if it comes quick enough,
Good, I'd have to
pass it on.
set down.
Yeah, pilot, before we leave here,
Either
do
way.
you see that sponge that's on the wall that's just to the upper right of the spiralis that we just imaged?
Oh,
Not
yeah,
the big one,
the
the
round
smaller
one?
one?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dead center right now.
Okay.
Could we
Well,
get
I
a
don't,
zoom
I
on
don't want to
that?
knock over the coral, so let's do a snap zoom from here. And hold there.
Oh, for crying out loud. Here's another one that's stumping me. I'm getting stumped right and left today. Here.
Maybe it's easier to be out on that phone call so you don't have to
I know.
identify them.
Get
This,
the lasers on, sure.
this could be
Lasers coming on.
something like in the genus Alloplacity, but I really don't know.
Ship is
It's
moving 180,
don't-
pilot. You got
Yeah.
time, but
And it looks like the ridge kind of goes up to his
It's kind
port,
of a
which
new
agrees
one
with
on
what I see
me.
on the Sirius camera. So we'll get that move in. Hopefully that'll get us centered on the ridge more, and then we'll keep moving up.
sounds good.
You can see there's sort of a clear halo around it. It's got some spicules coming
Yeah.
out, and it's got a border. And I'm trying to remember, there was some type of sponge that seemed, if I'm not mistaken, had some type of a wall over it. I've got to go
Okay, we
look
can
at my
zoom out.
references, but thank you very much.
Yep.
And unfortunately, the zoom in did not help with the ID.
Okay, pilot, I'm feeling the move,
But
so
it
I'm
still
gonna
looked nice.
push
Yeah,
up a
it's
little
very
bit.
nice.
Okay,
It's a
and I'll
beautiful
push out.
sponge. Some more of the Chrysogorgia on the right going off screen that we got a close-up of earlier. Pretty consolidated ridge here,
Yeah,
Jasper, would
yeah.
you say?
It's moving
I
like
think
starboard to port.
our guess was so
what
far
we
panning
feel.
out just nicely that there's very little
So
sediment
it's
here.
coming over east to west.
And some nice pillows
Yeah.
over here on
It's
the
east particulate
the right
floating
side.
starboard to port.
We
So
turned the
it's, yeah.
lasers back on so we can take a look at the
Uh,
rock
the
they-
studies.
they
lasers
are on. Yep.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. I see them.
So you're moving that way. I'm going to face into the current more, because that'll help me keep stable more easily. You can come down to 15 meters, Fernando.
Looks like we're
Okay.
looking down a cliff
Delta.
a little.
Yeah, it's a pretty
Yeah,
narrow
definitely.
ridge,
Yeah.
I think, that we're on.
Yep.
So yeah, we're right on the top of this ridge, and it's very clear that the current
It's
is coming from this direction over the ridge.
Yeah.
coming
So
from the southwest.
which direction, excuse me, pilot? Which
I guess that would
from
be
the southwest.
from the southwest to the northeast,
Okay.
yeah.
Could you have any idea how strong it is? Is it sort of
It's-
moderate or?
It's moderate. It's not too high, but I definitely feel it, and I have to fight it a bit.
Oh, our friend is back next door hammering.
Is there anything you want to look at, or?
No, I think we're good on all
Okay.
these animals.
All right.
Thank you. It looks like it's a dead Pariid sponge, but let's see if we can find a live one. This sort of tubular brown thing. And
Now
some more of these Narella up here.
Can we take a look at the rocks on the left a little bit?
Sure.
They're already off screen down there.
Down down here.
Yeah, even further down. That's why I said they're already off screen. There's some rounder ones. Maybe zoom in to see if these are loose. A little bit down from your laser still. Yeah, right there.
Zoom in. Video. Hold there.
Maybe, I don't know.
It's hard to tell.
Have you tried a couple of them and they were really stuck?
We tried one that looked
Yeah.
pretty loose, and it was pretty well cemented.
Yeah. This one, who knows?
I'm a bit skeptical, but we could try it if you think it'd be a good rock.
I think it looks like a nice pillow lava,
Okay.
but I'm also thinking it
It's
looks like
pretty
it's
well
quite
cemented.
stuck.
Yeah, I think it's stuck. I wonder if we could find a better
Yeah,
candidate so we don't waste the time.
That's right.
How's the ship move?
Let's take a look. Ship has moved 29 meters. So yeah,
Okay.
ship's in position.
That
Look
puts us
current
right
on
over
it.
the ridge, so that was nice. Okay.
Still got these tunicates going up the wall too. Yeah, really nice. I guess that's an Arella, maybe. Could have been a Paracalyptrophore also, but definitely a Primnoid. One off screen on the right.
Everything look okay to you, Nav?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what the heading to this ridge is. I'm guessing like 175 or something.
Yeah.
Five.
That sounds about right. We can square it up here.
Yeah,
you see the
Fernando.
current pushing that coral there.
Yeah, Fernando, try to center that sonar return up. So maybe turn a little bit to port.
Ah, looks like a nice
Okay.
steep wall. And
Turning to port.
Who's that down there?
it looks like, yeah, I wonder if, I mean, are you able to go take a look or is that a
We
little out of
can
range?
zoom in.
It's pretty steep.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable going down there, but we can zoom in, Tara. Hold there.
It's
Looks
got an
like a
awful lot
coral.
of fuzzy stuff on it. And that's the technical term.
Yes.
Got a bit more zoom.
So I
ahead.
think it's a black coral, but it's a humongous heteropathes or something like that. I'm pretty sure it's a black. Scott, if you're out there, you want to weigh in on this? I think it's a black coral, but I don't know. Can't really,
It's hard to tell with this light.
hard to tell what it is.
Yeah, that does look like a little dark there near the
Yeah. It's
branch off.
I'm going to go with Antipitherian question mark. Thank you very much.
Let's zoom out.
Yeah, it's a black coral, Chris, for sure.
Do you, can you go any further than that, Scott, or not
Looks
close
like,
enough so we can make
Co-pilot
a better
centered that
guess?
return up nicely.
and what is that?
That is
Well,
150.
My gut
Or,
guess
yeah,
is
a little bit more than
Parantipathes,
150,
and I'm
maybe
really
155.
comfortable with that. They're not usually
So
branched,
D2
but,
is reading
let me look around a little bit here.
somewhere around
Okay,
there.
thank you.
Yeah.
And that was
Look
the
like
voice of
150
Scott
or
France from the
155 is
University
fine.
of Louisiana, Lafayette.
Let's do 150.
Sounds good. You ready? Pilots?
Is that maybe a
Yeah.
soft
Pilot's ready.
Yeah, let's do it.
30 meters coming up.
It might have been.
Thank you, Nav.
Ready to draw over you now.
Can you repeat?
Good.
What did she say? What?
Ready for a ship move. 30 meters, bearing 150 degrees at a speed of 0.2 knots.
And you have body protect. And you have body protect around here.
30
Great, thank you.
meters at
Yeah,
150 degrees at decimal 2 knots.
It's a good copy.
Move initiated.
So,
Thank you, Bridge.
it's like there could be a sort of a different type of a Caulophacus stock sponge that just went off on the right.
You want to take a closer look at that?
Maybe just a quick swing, just to take a look at it as another
Okay.
potential
And
animal.
I'm just cruising along unless you ask for a zoom. So yeah, definitely
Yeah.
don't hesitate to call out if you want to look at something.
There's actually a sponge that was behind a coral there. This base sponge that's straight ahead, dead center, the sort of the
Yeah, snap zoom.
translucent one.
Looks similar to the one we just saw a little while
Hold
ago.
there.
Yeah, that's.
Oh no,
it.
this is more knobby.
This is a little different. I don't know what these things are. Could be something like a Regadrella in the genus Regadrella. I think it's in the family Euplectellid for sure. Yeah, maybe a Regadrella, I guess, or Dictyalis. All right, that'll
Yeah,
do.
zoom out.
Thank you.
Far out there. Okay.
marked one of those down already.
Everything looking
It's
okay,
almost
co-pilot?
Fun listening to you
Yeah, I'm
struggle with the
definitely feeling that
sponges,
move, so
thinking
I'm
about the
coming
time you
right up.
try to get
on
us
top
to
of you.
identify a coral.
Okay.
So if you want to push out a little bit,
Sure.
I have you at 45
Turn
degrees
around
right
is fair play, I
Yeah,
guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you can kind of just stay where you are, and I'm going to come up and
It's
push
great,
out.
though, that
I don't
we're
be so
seeing
far
so
below
many
you.
things that you
now.
find
All right,
unusual.
copy that.
Yeah, there's some different things here for sure that I'm not familiar with. And
So could we say unique to this place?
What is that?
well, I mean, as I said,
Is that an
I
ocean?
know a subset, and somebody else may
Can you zoom
know a
in?
different subset. And just
Right.
because I'm not familiar with it doesn't really mean anything. Whoa, what do we got? It's an urchin.
Hold there.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, Fernando, everything looks really good to me, so nice job.
All right. Let me know if you want lasers on.
And it's an urchin that I'm not particularly familiar with either. So,
Pilot, what do you think of Sirius's sonar
Now
return?
you know how I feel.
Do you think you can
yeah,
see over that?
I think we actually saw this kind of urchin in the Marianas,
Yeah,
and we were
So,
really sort of commenting on it as quite unusual.
the
It was
gain
near
is
an
just
active vent site, but it wasn't
a
in
little low.
active hot water.
it's still 25
Very
meters out.
round with these tiny little spines on it.
You got about
Kind of look like this. So
15 meters left in the
You
move.
can see
I think
how
we'll be okay.
he's sitting on that nice sort of bubbly manganese crust there with a little slight dusting of sediment to accent the little bumps in the manganese crust.
All right, are you good with this watch lead? Sorry,
Yeah.
yes, I am.
So-
Thank you.
talking to Nav there. Thank you.
Oh, there's a bamboo coral over there. I wonder if we could swing over a little bit to the right. And it's a sort of a leggy thing next to the fan. Actually, both of those could be different species.
Yeah, we only
might even
have
have
5
three
meters
different
left in the
things
move, so I'm
there,
happy,
actually.
pilot.
Yeah, we'll be all right. Looks good to me.
So maybe start with this leggy one to the right.
Okay.
And then I wonder if you can, or either direction, and then kind of pan to the left, pan to the left.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you said the leggy one to the right.
Yeah, it's slightly behind these fans in front. Kind of,
Okay.
I think it's a bamboo coral.
The one in
Not
the center.
Yeah, the one
Dead
in the
center
center
now.
right now.
Okay.
This stalk that's going off is just another Arita gorgia that we've already seen.
Don't sound so excited, Chris.
Huh?
Don't
yeah,
sound
I
so
know.
excited.
Meters, Fernando.
Well, it's
Yeah,
the new
I am coming up.
things that
Okay.
stump
Yeah,
us.
yeah,
on
yeah.
Snap zoom.
Now,
Yeah.
bridge approaching the end of the move.
Approaching end of move. Thank you, bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, sea
I
star in the
agree,
back.
Scott. Really great diversity.
Holding partial.
Okay.
This is internodal branching, very sparsely branching.
Ship's almost in position, pilots, so
Cool.
I'm
Now,
happy.
if it's
Yeah,
some
it's kind of an unusual overall colony shape, and
Sorry, I'll go back in video. Let's go out partial.
What might this look like?
Got my eyes on a few different screens right now.
Branches would it have, and would it look more familiar to us, or is it going to
Pretty
continue
steep
to be
zone
very
here.
lengthy?
Maybe we'll go a little slower, shorter.
One of
and
the things
steeper,
I'm
yeah.
seeing is that the polyps are fairly well
30-meter
spaced
hops are
out.
nice, though.
There's quite a distance between the nodes before you see a branch, and so those may be characters that can help us.
I think they're going to get a close-up of
Yeah, I'm
those.
moving in.
Yeah.
I drifted backward.
Yeah,
as
sorry,
I was,
Scott. Pilot was moving in. He's going to try to get you a closer look at the polyps here. You got a little bit closer.
Great, I'm standing by.
So I'm going to zoom in, so just keep an eye on things, Nav. Co-pilot.
Just your left,
Copy that.
left toes get close to.
Yeah, I'm trying to sit down.
Yeah, copy.
Should have said he's trying to give us all a better look at the polyps.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
There's a couple people out there
Zoom in.
that really matters to, that are going to be able to help with identifying.
Hold there.
And for the rest of it, it just is a cool show.
Wow. This is,
Lots of those little needles.
yeah, I got a lot of needles right between the tentacles and a lot of needles in the stalk too.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. You can see there's an awful lot of sclerites packed in there, and horizontal horizontal to oblique along the body wall, and then the prominent needles between the tentacles. It's no surprise to see those needles between the tentacles. That's, we believe,
can
one
take
of the
a little
hallmarks
more
of the
zoom.
entire
Go for
sex
it.
family. The question is, how long are they, and is there only one, or are there packets of them? Say,
Looking good, Fernando.
that are jumbled
Comfortable.
together. When there's more than one, often you have to have the specimen under a microscope to see that. But I'm wondering, as I look at this, one of the reasons they look so bright, they're reflecting so well, maybe that's an indication that there are multiple sclerids banded together.
Yeah, it could be. And as far as those intertentacular spines, there's definitely up to 4 or 5 of them. You can clearly see in the video right now. So it's not that one that you were talking about.
Serious sonar.
No, there's going to be a minimum of one between.
Again, like,
pair of
did you notice yesterday we like snap low for some reason?
Tentacle, or is there more than one? And that's not something we're going to see here, but.
You can zoom out if you're happy, or do your establishing shot. That's fine.
It's related to what we were seeing yesterday, the one that got Les kind of excited because of those very large.
Okay, zoom out.
But you're right. At least for the time being, this is a keratoisis.
I agree. I think 0.1 not moves from here on out would be good.
Yeah, it's got rather steep here, so.
All right, thank you.
Give us
This
more time to
coral
look at stuff.
directly below us, I think this is Calyptrophora angularis, sort of the fan that we just came up over.
Alright, pilot, I am on 90
Alright,
degrees
I'm
right
going to
now.
come up and push out, Chris. And then we'll find us some more stuff to look at.
Coming up with you, pilot.
You see some dead
Yeah, your
sponge
tilt
stalks
is
that
good, so just try to maintain that.
caught in between the
I can
pillows.
see the slope of my manipulator's hands there.
Keeping on looking for
I know
something
you-
that looks loose.
And it's not organic either.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't see many loose rocks, Jasper.
No, it's going to take effort to find something. It's kind of strange to say that when you're looking at a pile of rocks this big, but
Yeah.
again, the
Yeah, looks good,
paleomag
Fernando.
drill would help.
Doing a nice job.
This is a whole field
Thank you,
of
pilot.
dead sponges. It's
Yep.
kind of interesting.
Well, there's a couple of big ones here.
Yeah,
to the
a
left.
couple of the polyopogon
It's starting to
there.
flatten out. That might be why we didn't
Nice
get a good
size
return.
one up ahead.
Just a
Smaller
little, this
one.
little bump here, and then it flattens out behind it.
Yeah, one of these. What do you call these things? Little
Oh.
micro volcanoes or
Yeah, a
something?
little pillow mound.
Pillow mounds. Okay, I like micro volcano.
Micro
better.
volcano.
Yeah, micro volcano.
It's effective.
Anything here, watch lead?
Look
I
at the-
don't think so. I don't see anything particularly different.
Okay.
No, I think we could go ahead and move on. It's the Narella, the
Interesting
polyopogon.
feature here.
Yeah, interesting feature. That's for
So
sure.
the current right now is blowing starboard to port, which is pushing the tether away from that, but we want to keep an eye on that, Fernando. As we,
Okay.
So we move on along here.
Another one of the Tretopleura glass sponges.
Yeah.
So,
Hypack
sort
would
of a nice
suggest
mix
from
between
you
corals and sponges at this site
uphill
today.
Yeah.
would be maybe 170.
I think, can you brighten up the background, Tara? I think I see the slope on the other side.
Yeah,
Just a
your,
little dip here, huh?
your sonar's got it.
There's
Yeah,
a little
there we are.
whole little stand right
Alright,
along
that
this
is
edge here. Of smaller
170,
colonies of
170. Do you want me to
corals.
turn to 170?
Chris
Yes,
and Jasper,
that
in the
lines up
absence
pretty
of the
well.
event log,
Okay,
could you every once in
turning
a while
to
give us an
170.
update on the depth?
Oh yes, by all means. Thank you for the
It's kind
reminder.
of odd, huh? Like in the
We're
middle of this
at
ridge, length dips down.
2,164 meters right now.
All right. Should we do? Let's see. So that's like 20 meters out from D2.
I strain to
I
see
don't
this
see
on a
anything on
monitor
my
over the
sonar.
left, and Jasper
Yeah.
points the depth out in the monitor directly in front of me.
So want to do a 20 meters.
Yep.
At 170.
Well, to be fair, we don't normally have this one up here.
No, that's true.
Decimal 2 okay for this small move, or you want to go
There
decimal
is
1?
a chance that the chat will come back before
Do
the
you
end
wanna
of the
slow it down
dive.
to
It's
Decimal
very
1
nice.
would be good, yeah.
Okay.
Take it nice and easy.
Bridge, RV nav.
Go ahead.
Ready for a short
There's
move.
a
20
sponge
meters,
graveyard down
bearing
there, a whole bunch of
170
skeletons
degrees,
collected
at a
in
speed
that
of
little pocket.
0.1
Come down a
knots.
few meters, and I'm going to come down as well.
Okay, coming down.
Ship move range 20 meters.
So
bearing
watch that
170
was
at 1/10
top of a
knot.
little
It's a good copy, Bridge.
local feature there, and there's a little bit of a dip, and then it's going to come back up the ridge. So we just wanted to make sure we could see what was ahead of us before we moved.
Sure.
We got some time to look at this stuff.
Okay. Well, I've got a bunch of things down here, so maybe.
Can you tilt down a bit, Fernando, on your camera?
Got a nice
7 of
little
those
bunch.
little bushes.
Yeah, they got a nice little cluster of.
Nah,
colonies.
bridge, move
How about
initiated.
the big coral that's
Move
over
initiated,
there
thank
to
you,
the
Bridge.
right near the tip of the
Fan-shaped one?
basket? Yeah, so one of these big colonies. How about maybe the one in the back? I think the one in the front is or even this one that's directly below us with
Are the
all the
lasers on?
Okies on.
I think they are.
And
I'll get them on there. All right, relative to the lasers, Chris, is it above it?
let's see, where are
Directly
the lasers?
up.
Yeah, maybe directly up. But before we get there, could we look at this little brown one that's near the bottom of the screen to the left?
Oh, I see it, yeah.
I think it's something different, that's all. It could be a black coral. And yeah, just keep
So
dropping
just keep an
them.
eye on the tether, guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 'Cause
Copy that.
Yep. Current is definitely coming in a good direction.
I would say that we're making this transition into just the sort of community that you're hoping to find.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting abundant in birds.
I'm pretty
gonna come
pleased
up a
right
little bit
now.
just to be
This
safe.
dive is off to a good
Okay,
start.
coming up.
Yeah, that was it. The lasers are just by at that little brown one.
Yep, I'm just, as we come on the back side of this feature, I'm just going to get a little bit more above it.
Sure.
Looking down, we'll zoom in.
By the way, Chris, I can tell you that I've been sort of
Okay,
going through my
Delta
database here,
22.
thinking about that.
Let's zoom in
that
video,
before we were
just snap
looking
zoom.
at that leggy one.
It won't be
And
pretty,
I saw
but-
that we saw something in the D2
The coral?
place
Yeah,
in North
go ahead.
Atlantic that looked something like that. And then independently, I had an email from Les who said it reminded him of Ecnomysis, which is also the D2 place. So I think we can possibly chalk that up to Keratoides D2.
Okay, thank you. And if you're looking at the video right now, Scott, I'm pretty sure this is a Staropathes that we're looking at. I don't know if you would concur, but it's got a lot of secondary branching on it. And maybe
Yeah,
Tina.
I agree.
Yep.
Storepathes, I was going to call that out before we did a Zoom.
Yeah.
Based on
Zoom out.
We
Got
collected this
it.
one.
Current's
Okay.
whipping a bit.
Pilot, I have you at 80 degrees, and I'm
Okay.
still moving
Yeah.
forward.
And I
Coming up.
have seen some of these other
Push toward the other
black
side
coral
here.
that Tina had identified as Trissopathes too. And so if I think there's several of these around, and we'll see more upslope. So if we get a chance, we'll give her a good look at one of those next one we come across.
Yeah, unfortunately, she also just sent a message, and she and Asako have had to now go off to their conference, so they'll be out of touch for a while.
Cool.
Oh,
All right.
okay. Well, then you're it, Scott. I'm counting on you.
Sorry, Chris, you're breaking up.
I said, well, then you're it, Scott. I'm counting on you.
I'm kidding.
All right.
That was a joke.
The tether keeps on
We're
moving
playing
up and
remote
down
control
since I'm
tag.
moving so much.
Yeah, it happens. Really even, huh? How much heave do you estimate?
He
Like
just
at your
dropped from
altitude.
his
Oh,
sponge.
he bailed
Yeah.
from the sponge.
I
It's
think
like
so.
4 or 5 meters.
Yeah, or even more
See,
than
these,
that. 'Cause
these
sometimes
brittle
it
stars,
reaches
they don't need
30,
parachutes.
30,
Their
like
arms
7
kind of
meters
function
almost.
as a
Can you call up
parachute,
to the
so
bridge
they
and
jump
just
off.
ask about conditions?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Bridge, RV Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
How are conditions up there?
There's no significant change weather conditions. We did just have a couple rolls come in, but everything looks pretty pretty status quo.
We were looking at earlier.
Copy
Slightly
that. Thank you,
different
Bridge.
morphology than the one we've
Okay.
seen in
Just a couple big
Hawaii.
swells, Dan.
Okay.
So that I think it's safe to say it's in that genus.
I think you're pulling on my tether.
don't you? Should
It's
come up a
interesting
bit
how
and
we're
I'll
in
come
the
up a
similar
bit as
sort of
well.
terrain again as
Okay.
yesterday, but we're missing on the sand so far. It's very similar piles of lava in pillow shapes and then covered in manganese,
I
but
think
without
the
all that
current
sand.
picked up here.
You can see how thick it is here. It's almost shapes completely disappear.
You got a fish.
Oh, yeah.
This is an interesting fish. Could we zoom in on this one?
Yeah, go ahead and zoom in.
Let me know if you want lasers.
Sure.
The good thing about the delay for Bruce is that he can go and
Taking a
wait
bit
for
more.
us to say it and then look up.
This is quite a little color thing going on here. It's maybe the same type of eel, but he's
Okay, to zoom further.
Go ahead.
he's molting. Do eels molt? I don't think so. That was sort of a joke. No, eels don't molt.
Okay.
Sorry,
but,
Mia.
No worries.
Pretty far away.
His fin starts pretty far back. That's past halfway point. That's another cue for Bruce.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm beginning to see him now. Yeah, he's sort of a two-toned eel, but I don't know what's going on there. That's an unusual color pattern. It does look like a Synapobrancha, the cutthroat eel.
Okay. Zoom out.
But we haven't seen one with this color. Don't think that the color
Yeah, the
means
current's
anything
picking up
to
here,
the
Copilot.
I'm not sure
Copy
what's
that.
going on with that.
Oh,
if
yeah,
it's
you're
a sort of
laterally 70%.
pharmacological thing,
Yeah.
or just something that happened during its development, or if the skin was damaged. It doesn't look like scarring or anything. But my guess is a Synapobranchus species, and this Synapobranchus brevidorsalis and oregoni.
Let's see it whipping by too.
I don't know.
Okay.
There's so little known about these eels.
All right, so
when
just
they're
watch
alive.
your
Most of the
position on high
information
pack
comes
as well,
from
and
specimens caught in fall.
I mean, on these
So we
ridge
don't
tops,
know
it's
if
easy to
there's
get
some
blown
sort of
around
behavioral
to
control
one side
over
or the other
color,
as
if it
things
might
shift.
be a
So
behavioral thing, or indicate
Okay.
something
Yeah, right now
about
we're nicely
spawning condition. There are any
in a good
number
position,
of
I think.
possibilities for why it has that unusual color pattern.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. And that was the
150
voice
still
of
a good
Bruce
direction.
Mundy at the NOAA Fisheries Science Center on Ford Island at the Anoye
I thought it
Regional
was
Center.
170.
As
the
I
last
mentioned
direction
before
we
on
were
other
heading to.
broadcasts, he's one of our premier fish biologists who's been helping
was
out
that
on
last
these
move?
cruises and running
Last
the
move was
IRC
170.
Exploration Command Center.
The waypoint 2 is closer
You're
to
going to zoom in on that sea cucumber in the middle there?
135.
Where is
but
it? I'm
I think
sorry.
It's right here.
We're just gonna
It could
keep
just
going.
be an optical illusion.
Keep going
too.
up.
Yeah, I
It'll
think
turn that
so.
way. So
I'm just looking at this really nice stand of
Okay.
corals on the boulders. It's making a really pretty scene.
So is the tether just get? Can you just look down the tether with your Titan?
That is this one, right?
they hit
Yep.
2 enter.
Keep
Just
our
like
eyes
this camera.
peeled because
There.
there might be some loose rocks in this area.
And you got it there.
I kind of like it when there's a lot of corals all over the bottom.
Oh.
You got it. You
Kind
see
of
it on the right.
dense or,
Do you want me to follow it up or down?
Nice.
Follow it down. Just curious what it's doing.
that Bathypathes coral right
I
in
think
front
I
of
lose
us. And
track
we
of
still
it
have
right
a bunch
there.
of
I
these
don't
small
see it anymore.
chrysogorges, which could be chrysogorges stellata. I don't know if Scott had a different opinion for these little bushy things that are
Yeah,
all
just
over
keep
the
an eye on
place.
it with this stronger current.
Intermix between
Just gotta be
those,
careful
we
what
have these
what direction it's blowing
crinoid
in.
octocorals.
Okay, yeah, I'll
These are
keep
kind of these
track on
leggy
it
white
with my
things.
cam.
And you see some
Alright.
up on the boulder.
So
and you
what
see some
what
here
on
the
high pack
bottom.
do you want to do now? What does it
And
look like to
then,
you?
a really nice collection
right
of
now-
sponges, the Tritopleura sponges. These are these long,
Yeah,
leaf-like
170 would be
things
fine.
that are in the background.
anywhere between 17 and 15.
And there is a big, massive sponge.
I think
in
I
the
see it
family,
off my
Polyopodon
starboard here.
that's over to the right.
So this might be just
So,
another local high.
As I said before, a beautiful
yeah.
mix of things.
See
and
that out
this
there?
is one of those
Yeah.
beautiful iridogorges that
Copy
we
that.
got an image of earlier. Just kind
Interesting.
of adding to the whole deep sea scene here.
Well, so Chris, we got another little local high here, and we can hang out here and take a look at a few things, and then we got another little depression that we'll have to jump across.
Okay.
So
Can we look at the base of these sticking up two little knobs and see if any of these rocks look loose?
okay, sure.
Looks like it's sort of crumbling a little.
There's one
Maybe that
here.
one,
Yeah,
yeah.
this one that's right near the
A
base
little
of that
bit
dead
to the
sponge.
left of the middle.
I
Looks
wonder if
nice
we
and
could.
round.
Wonder if we could get the lasers on again. If they're
Lasers
not.
on. Thank you.
Lasers coming on.
All right, which one?
Down and to the right.
Yeah, that round bouldery, the one
Ah.
right. Yeah, there
That
it
one right
is.
there?
Right there.
Right there.
That's a good size.
Yeah, it's not bad.
You can come down a few meters.
It's not 50 pounds, but we'll take it.
It's got girth. That means it might have a nice rock inside of it.
Yeah, no, it has that nice pillow shape.
Yeah.
And we are not picky about pillows here. Back sleepers, side sleepers, we'll take any pillow.
Ship spin and position pilots for.
This is cue for Scott to talk about splats on the back of the head.
Yeah.
We're not on Splash Seamount today, though.
No, that's true. This is moon waffles.
Yeah.
You can probably work with that one, though.
So,
all right.
This, for those of you who weren't
16 meters.
tuning in for the dive planning session early this morning, which is probably the bulk of you out there listening. The ROV crew last night came up with a name for the seamount, which doesn't have a name, and they came up with moon waffles, which is it's a thing, I guess, that relates back to Homer Simpson. Bruce Mundy actually Googled it and found that it was a rather disgusting dish that was on a Simpsons episode. So.
Yeah.
So we've stopped here to try to grab Jasper a
Want to
rock.
zoom in?
He's having rock withdrawal symptoms right next to me here. His hands are starting to shake here because he doesn't have a rock in the basket
It's
yet.
because we started so well last dive with
I got a good feeling on this one.
50-pound tube lava.
Now, are we moving right
48.
No, we're stopped.
I should be precise. It's
Might
48.
get blown around.
It's definitely not accurate, but it's precise.
Changes.
That number was
And
weighing on a rolling ship is fun.
no fault.
The big
Ramping
problem here
up.
with grabbing this rock is whether or not it's loose from the bottom. So
3/4.
we're going to find out momentarily. And while they're getting set up, I'll use the opportunity to mention
Enabling
that
belt back.
you are watching a live feed from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. We're in the wake unit of the Pacific
Everything look
Remote
good,
Islands
Co-pilot?
Marine National
Everything
Monument.
looks good.
Okay.
Actually,
We're on an
currents
unnamed
settled down
seamount
a
that's
little bit.
just west of
Perfect
Wake
time to
Island
pick up the rock.
itself. In fact, tomorrow we plan to transit over by Wake Island, and we'll get our first sight of it. But we are at a depth of 2,160 meters.
Oh, a little shrimp flying by.
Yep.
And so you want to keep an eye on the Sirius camera there, and that'll give you an indication of if
Temperature
you're
at
getting
this depth
shifted
is
around with the current.
1.9 degrees
It's
centigrade.
easy to get distracted when we got the sampling
Salinity is
screens
about
up. But
34.6.
try to keep your situational awareness.
PSUs.
Copy that.
And I don't see oxygen on this one, so this display is not showing oxygen.
Nope, don't think so. Okay, the moment of truth.
Yep, and what you're seeing right now is the mechanical arm of the remotely operated vehicle, Deep Discoverer, and it's called a manipulator. And they're going to try to actually grab this rock and see if it's free. They may push it first, or they may just try to grab it.
It looks like they're going for the grab.
Sponge is loose. We can always fall back on that. Jasper, would that work for you?
It's
free.
and it's
Excellent.
loose. All right.
Are we going on
we have
port
a rock.
or starboard?
Put it in the starboard.
Jasper's
Starboard.
hand has already
Do you want me
stopped
to put it
shaking
in?
here.
Yeah, bring the starboard wing inboard.
Okay. Pushing inward.
Okay, nice job. Hold it there.
All right, holding there.
We're dropping it in starboard forward.
Hope that's all right.
Yep.
Figured it was a good sized rock for that.
Yeah.
And it's in.
All right, we can close it up, co-pilot.
Okay. Stowing. Moving outward.
Starboard wing outboard.
Not too long. Remember, Jasper, brevity is... I think we had an issue with too long of a description there.
No, it was a comma.
Was it a comma?
Yeah, it was
right.
a comma.
Okay. All right.
That is completely stowed.
Okay.
What Jasper's doing is he's actually setting up to take an SES snapshot. It's what it's called. And at the very moment that the rock is collected,
From the cam, I think I'm being
and
pushed
it captures
starboard.
the position,
Right
oxygen, salinity, temperature,
Okay.
depth, all of
Push
the
that here
ancillary
pretty soon.
data that goes with any type of specimen that you collect. And now we can see the oxygen.
That's
it's
right.
3.3
There you go.
milligrams per
Secure.
liter. So about
Disabling
half
Valpac.
of what it is at the surface. Surface is around 6 to 7.
Ramping down.
Okay. Hydraulics off.
Everything looks good. No
Okay.
fault. Disabling HPU.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Getting back my monitor. There you go.
Shift it just a little bit. It's okay.
Okay, right now my heading is
The
160.
brown things sticking up are dead stocks.
Okay.
They are dead versions of the white live sponge that's in the back.
So we could look at some stuff here if you'd like, Chris, or we can move on.
Let's go ahead and move on. I'm not seeing anything immediately in front of us that we haven't looked at already.
Pilot, if you'd line up on that sonar return.
You can get a heading here. Why don't you come up a few meters?
Coming up.
Interesting that it's
Definitely busy here with life.
So drastic.
We could have some other
I guess it's not
terminology
drastic.
we might
It's not too bad. It's like,
try to get.
I think 170 should seem fine.
There's a really tall Iridogorgia there in the background.
Yeah, keep coming up. Looking
I am
better.
coming up.
Looks good right there.
Alright, holding.
And a small one in the foreground.
Yep.
Holding 19 Delta.
And
So
I
come
wonder
up
if we
above this
could
rock.
get is that dead? Yeah, it's dead. Never mind.
Okay.
Gonna try to
Yeah, I
see
guess
one of
it's
those
pretty-
black
yeah, it's not too
corals
sharp
again.
turn there.
Even if Tina Molodtsova is not watching right now,
I'm seeing.
good to get a close
Actually,
up
you could turn.
whenever we see one.
I'm trying to hold 170, but
It's
I'm
interesting
getting
how we
pushed.
just saw in this little exposure
Yeah,
this
currents.
layer of manganese on these
Pushing
pillows.
against you.
It's
So
back to looking at that.
Yeah,
We do have a sponge that's worth imaging. It's the one in the upper right, the second one, not the closest one.
Upper left.
Upper left, sorry. Upper left, yeah, the other right.
Okay. So.
Oh, and it looks like a little
keep
surfer.
Going,
Yeah,
keep
we're
going
still-
to the left.
Oh, we're just gonna get a move lined up, and then
Oh, got
I'll
it.
go over there.
Okay,
No problem.
sorry.
Yeah,
So like 175 roughly.
sounds good. How many meters?
Let's just do 30 for now. We'll
Do
get-
you want me to line up with 175?
yeah, 175.
Okay,
Please.
you want decimal 1 or decimal 2?
Decimal 1.
I'll call it in. Bridge, ROV nav.
Looks like the
Right,
windsurfer.
RV.
Ready for a
Yeah.
ship move. 30
Little
meters,
rounding
bearing
sponge.
175
One is a
degrees
polyapogon, and
at
then
1/10
after
of a
that
knot.
is another one of these
Or, yeah, 1/10 of a knot.
Pleura-like sponges.
All right, let me read that back to you. I've got 30
And then the
meters
one in the
bearing
very back,
175
that's the one
decimal 1 speed. Is that correct?
that we haven't
It's a good
seen
copy,
yet
Bridge.
here on
Copy
this
that. Stand by
particular
for input.
site. So if we-
All right, we got a ship move in
Yeah.
toward that direction,
Yeah,
Chris.
and then the Calaphacus, I think, or Bolosoma, I'm not sure which one it is.
Alright, pilot, as you push out, I'm gonna come
RV
up.
nav move has been initiated. 30 meters bearing 175 speed decimal 1.
It's a good copy, Bridge. Thank you.
Let's keep it up at that high right now, Fernando,
Okay.
because my tether, that rock that was to our starboard, when I sat down to sample, it's right underneath the tether right there.
Okay.
And it's probably
copy
not a
that.
problem, but we just want to be safe and make sure it doesn't hit that. So,
Copy that. I'll stay right here.
yeah. 'Cause that's what you got to be careful of, right? Because if I come down on the bottom here, and it's a little bit down or even an even slope, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right. So which sponge is it you wanted to see, Chris?
The ones that's the second one there, that's right in the center.
The one to the right.
The one to the right, yes.
We're moving that way. Lasers are on. But we can do a snap zoom for now.
Sure. So we've seen the sponge at other sites, and this is the first time we've seen it at this site.
Looks like what we've seen a number of the dead sponges look like.
Yeah, so this one's a little bit difficult. This is either in the genus Pharia or in the genus Aspidoscopulia, and that's in the family Phariidae. It's a glass sponge, hexactinellid. And I think Aspidoscopulia is a more
zoom out.
accurate. Yeah, thank
Just
you.
don't want to hit this other one here. Do you want to look at this one at all?
No, we've seen that one already.
Okay.
Thank you. There's a stock sponge to the left of the one we just imaged. You see that sticking up there? I think it's something we haven't
The one
documented
out there?
yet. Yeah, the little one on the straight
Okay.
stock. What we're trying to do with these zooms, we'll get requests to zoom from shore. Unfortunately, not via the chat today. It'd be audio, but we try to document
Zoom in.
at
You
least
just
each
snap
of the
zoom.
major species that we're encountering at this site, so we know it's here and get an idea of the diversity here. So this is a
Don't wanna knock
Bolosoma.
the one under my left toe right
It's
now.
in the family Euplectellidae.
It's pretty tall.
And that's the first on this site that we've seen. Yeah, so that's where we're being a little choosy. If we've already imaged it on the dive, we may pass it by and keep our
Harvey,
eye
that
out
bridge,
for
you can
something
tell we just hit a
haven't
couple of
imaged
good
yet.
swells. It seems to be a short series of them. They're really hard to see up here, but other than that, conditions are the same.
Couple swells.
Okay, let's
Thank
zoom
you,
out.
Bridge.
All right, are we still moving too? Yeah, we are.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, we moved 10 meters
All right.
of the 30.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just moving slow enough that there's no problem.
Yep. We're looking pretty good.
One of the objectives that we're trying to achieve with these dives
I'm just
is
gonna move
try
to
to
this
get an
side so that when my
understanding
tether
of
gets blown,
these
it'll get blown
deepwater
off.
communities that are living on
Future.
manganese crusts, and that's the surface that these animals are living on, this sort of rocky surface you see in front of us. And this is because this surface is likely going to be mined in the future because it's got a lot of very valuable minerals in it, and we're trying to get a head start in documenting the communities that could be at risk from
something in the
deep-sea
water
mining.
column.
And we found
I'm gonna zoom in.
some really beautiful communities over
Hold there.
the years. It's like a
This is an arm of one of
A
the.
coral?
No.
Or a crinoid?
Is that a crinoid? Yeah, I think that looks like. Does that look like a crinoid arm?
No, I think it's a worm.
Really?
Yeah, Scott. No, crinoid. What is it?
Nah.
Yeah, crinoid arm.
I like crinoid arm. I think Jasper's got you here.
Yeah, I know that, but if crinoid, I was trying to go with worm because crinoid arms don't just sort of fall.
No, but we may have been part of that crinoid arm maybe coming loose.
But
Maybe we sat on him.
I sure hope not.
anyway, we're trying to determine what different types of communities are living on these crusts. That's what we're trying to do, and
Okay,
we're also
pilot,
trying to
I'm
find
moving
new
ahead. I'm
species.
losing you
and
on my
trying to
port
help
side.
with
And the
understanding
move was 170.
taxonomy of
Okay.
different groups of corals
Alright.
and sponges here, as well as other animals, fishes. So, a lot
We've
of
seen a lot of
things-
those already.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we've got. I did see it was a Kumba, right? Because I
Yeah,
was
the
on that
first one
live.
was Sukumba. That's what
Right.
Bruce was saying. Yes.
Yeah, good.
And so we've seen a bunch of fish. We've seen a pretty rich community of sponges and corals already. I think we're doing well for our slightly shallower
You can
depth.
come down a few meters, Fernando.
Okay,
I'll push out.
coming down.
So when you're talking about the mining of these manganese,
Oh,
Ooh,
there's a
fish.
right here.
Yeah.
You got a fish
Oh.
coming up, Bruce. Ooh.
And is that one
Zoom
like
in.
that we saw yesterday with the sort of hump?
Yeah, it could be.
Hold there.
Yeah, give Bruce a moment to
forget
get caught
what-
up here.
Forget what he called it.
Well, this fish is in a little bit of dispute because Bruce and I thought it was one thing and Ken Sulak thought it was something different.
That's right.
So Ken Sulak is another one of these premier fish biologists that participates remotely. There's a unbranched icidid that we just
Okay, to
went
zoom
over.
a bit more.
Hold on.
Oh, there's an
Anemone.
anemone, a big, probably
Go ahead.
Exosalactus or something
Hold.
like that. Just call it an anemone.
It's a quick one.
Okay, I see the fish now. It is very similar to what we saw yesterday, at least one of the species.
Okay.
It is a cusk eel, and I think it's in the family Ophideidae.
Yeah, he's not being too cooperative.
A better
Zoom out.
zoom in on it because the
Zoom it
morphology
along.
of the lateral line would pin it down for sure,
Not a lot
but this
of tether
fish
left.
isn't going to
Yep.
cooperate.
Thanks.
My guess is that it's in the genus Assogygus in the family Ophideidae. Ken was
it really flattens
suggesting
out
that
here,
it
huh?
could be in a different
turns into
genus.
cover.
You want to zoom out to 50
in the
meters on the sonar
live
for D2?
family
Absolutely.
Ophideidae. I don't see the lateral line morphology on this fish that would be characteristic of the live-bearing family.
Come down a few
So
meters,
I'm
Fernando.
sticking
I think
with
like
Assogygus,
like
but
18,
this fish is not
17. That's good
cooperating.
here.
It's very
Copy
camera shy,
that.
swimming
Coming down.
away. Scott said yesterday that we really wish we could have some characters for identifying these things from their tails, because they do often swim away, but we don't have that. So I'm sticking with the genus Assogygus in the Cutthroat family Ophideidae.
Anything of interest here, Chris?
Yeah, let's zoom in on this unbranched icidid.
Okay.
So we see a lot of these down here, and I always thought they were the same thing for years. I thought they were the same thing, and then Les Watling at the University of Hawaii in Scott, France,
Okay, you can zoom in.
attempted to educate me, and we've since discovered that there's a whole bunch of these things, different types of unbranched. Oh my goodness, look at the spines on that. On the coral's retracted, but you can really clearly see the intertentacular spines on this. Let
Little
I know I'm
spheres.
going to see something good when I get to it.
yeah, there.
Oh, yeah.
It's like little spheres where it attaches
Oh, I
to
can
the
see
main
some
stem.
eggs.
Oh,
That's what
yeah,
that is.
Oh,
sure,
yeah.
they're
See
Is
those
that what
little
those are?
round white balls at the base of the
Yeah.
polyps. Those are eggs that are attached
That's
to the
pretty cool.
inside of the
That's pretty neat.
mesentery.
I've never seen
They're
that.
Me
folds
neither.
in the stomach. And as you said, Chris, the tentacles on these ones are all curled up and retracted as if you would put your hand into a fist. And so those intertentacular needles are very, very clear. And one thing I think we can see on this is that we have asymmetric needles so that they're longer on one side
Ships
of
in
the polyp
position, pilot.
than the other.
you.
Copy
And
that.
yesterday I was describing something along the lines of Wolverine, and you had given an alternate suggestion. What was that?
Freddy.
Come again?
Freddy.
Freddy, right, exactly. And so you can see here, there's a really good example of Freddy or Wolverine. So very nice.
So are you
Oh,
gonna?
that's skeleton.
Do you think this would be best to describe as a lepidisis, Scott, or something else?
No, this is one that will not end up in the genus Lepidisis, but that's what we could call it right now. Boy, this view I'm seeing now is just spectacular.
Yeah,
And I'm seeing a couple of things. So not only am I seeing those intertentacular needles, but what I can see is they only go down about halfway along the polyp, and then other needles pick
Sit
up.
down,
And that's
Veritar.
why those polyps get that sort of shape
There
where
you
they
go.
look like they're nodding their heads. And they're able to do that because those needles don't go all the way down the polyp, in which case it would be like having a splint
Okay.
and it could
Full
bend
wide.
over.
Thank you.
Just a fantastic image. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that was a really good image of one of those. Really appreciate that.
Okay, pilot, I'm losing you on my port side. Do you want me to focus on you, or
I think,
you're
I
moving
think
ahead?
next move might be a little bit
yeah,
more towards 150.
that's what I was kind of thinking.
Okay.
And that agrees with high pack.
Yeah, Hypex sand uphill is
Why don't you bring your head around to 150?
like 140.
Alright,
you
so
know.
Copy
what's
that.
the next thing that's
So yeah,
gonna
that,
stump
that
us?
direction.
Okay.
We're looking.
Sponges have been doing good so
Bring
far.
his head around. 150.
Bruce hasn't been stumped on any fish so far, so we really need to find a
You want
weird
a
fish.
funky fish?
Yeah, a really funky fish.
1.5.
Actually,
Or another
1.4 does
fat
look pretty good.
finger
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
that's right.
bring it over to 140,
Fatty
co-pilot.
finger.
Fatty finger.
Fatty finger.
Copy that. 140.
Yeah, you're centered up on him, so.
Now, this is Bruce. The only reason I don't sound stumped
Holding
is first, there's
Delta
no other
060.
fish expert online right now to have the discussion.
30 meters, pilot.
Sure.
How fast you want that one?
Some
Just go
discussions
on.
about possibilities, and
we
then
could do-
even though I could come up with the genus
just do
on
0.2
the
and
last
get over
reel,
there.
but we saw that color
Sounds good.
pattern was definitely
Color.
puzzling, and I
Bridge
don't
RV
have
nav.
an explanation of why that had the
Go ahead,
two-tone
RV.
color.
Ready for a ship
unless it was
move.
just a very
30
stylish reel.
meters, bearing 140 degrees.
Well, I threw out a
Shouldn't
suggestion
have
there,
said that.
Bruce, but I don't think you're really gonna
I'm gonna read
buy
that back.
it. I thought the eel might be molted.
bearing 140,
probably
speed
not,
decimal
huh?
2. Is that a good copy?
That's a good copy.
All right, stand by for input.
I think
Well,
he's just not going to
I
adjust.
guess
Oh,
it's
okay.
not, but we don't know. There are fish that molt. There are little fish called sea moths that cast off their skin, and then I believe some of the scorpion fish will cast off the sort of a mucus layer with some cells of their skin.
RV nav move has been initiated.
molting
30
is
meters,
known in
bearing
fishes,
140,
but,
speed
we
decimal
don't know
2.
about the behavior
Move
of
initiated. Good
biology
copy.
that
Thank you,
keeps the
Bridge.
animals. Could be.
That's the danger of firing off a joke that sometimes you're,
You're actually right.
accidentally right there, which that was purely a joke. I had no clue there were any fish that molted, so that's instant information. I'll bet most of the people viewing this dive right now didn't know anything about what Bruce just said. That's fascinating.
Yeah, I'll have to check on this, but I think there's a little flattened scorpion fish in the Hawaiian Islands, but it's found all the way across the Indo-Pacific called a leaf scorpion fish, and I think that they have been observed to kind of molt a mucus layer with some skin
Yeah,
on
so,
occasion
Sirius
in an
sonar
area.
just looks like it's getting better returns now. So you're gained up a bit. You got it at 725 kilohertz.
Yep.
Okay.
I think we're probably.
Have
waiting
you
for
experienced
the,
that before, where you
ship to move
try
a
to
little
change it and
further?
then it snaps back?
We were looking into it yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
Anything come up?
I'm not sure. I'll talk to Dave about what he found.
Okay.
So, Pilot, do we have a moment here?
Yeah.
You see this sort of brown, dark thing sticking up next to the little right? Where's the laser?
Above us here?
Yeah, it's almost center. Slightly up.
Yeah, we're moving in that direction. Don't quite have enough. Well, I might have enough push out there, but might be a few minutes.
Okay, or even a snap zoom here.
Okay, we can do that.
See if we can.
Go ahead and snap
This
zoom.
is one of these black corals I was hoping we might be able to get a
Hold
little
there.
closer view of.
Pushing in.
It's also right next to an interesting bamboo coral, so we get a twofer here.
Come down a few meters.
Okay, come down.
While we're zooming in, Chris, I can tell you that doing a little research here,
Delta
that
15 is
last
fine.
unbranched bamboo with the Wolverine-like, Freddy-like sclerites is probably clade C.
Clade C?
C as in Chris?
Clade C, right. So that would be the classic lepiditis as people think of it, but
altitude is less than 20.
probably will not
It's
end up
fine.
being that.
It's okay.
Probably something more like the long bone.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Yep.
Okay, so we
definitely
can
looks
zoom in
like
more.
it has a black interior.
All right,
So
Scott,
this
where's
one on the left, this looks like a classic Parantipathes.
Yeah, that's. Just trying to see if the branches are paired there, Scott. I think that's one of the diagnostics for this genus. All other respects, it certainly looks like
It's
it.
hard to tell because
Holding
they're going
Delta
hither and
15.
thither.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks good, co-pilot.
So what do you think? Should we just stick with Parantipathes since, I mean, this could very
I
clearly.
think that's a reasonable place to start.
Got any more zoom?
Okay.
There's certainly no sub-branching on those pinnules, those little side branches on black corals. They use the term pinnules and sub-pinnules instead of branches for these little tiny side branches. So I don't see any branching on that. So I think, we can start with parantipathes, and that gives us a place to go.
Okay. Was there any interest in zooming in on that bamboo coral that was to the right of it, Scott?
Yeah, just a quick one.
Sure.
Yeah, since we're here, it may be an ectomysis or something in the D2 clade like we saw earlier, but just a quick look.
Okay.
Zoom in.
They're going to do that right now.
Checking
further.
Yep.
I think it's internodal, but I'm not positive, Scott.
That's what I'm predicting it will be. I see there's some tissue missing on the left side, and a crinoid has taken up residence there.
Got a pretty tight polyp shot.
Got some pretty robust oblique sclerites. I also see a little polychaete worm possibly there.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I see it now. It's down near the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could...
I think this is like what we were looking at earlier.
Oh, okay.
This is a good bet. This is definitely Keratoises clade B, and maybe even ectomysis. The other day we were looking at something that was ectomysis, or I thought might be, and said it should have volcano-shaped polyps. But that's only when they're all closed up, and these ones we keep seeing aren't cooperating with us. But otherwise, the distribution of these sclerites agrees with that. And I got an email from Les after the last one we looked at, and that's what he thought it might be.
Okay.
So thank you for the close-up.
Yeah, thank you. It's a nice little two-animal zoom there.
I wonder if we're looking on end on that one, or if it's literally two really tall. No, maybe it's three branches.
I think it's on end. It's one of these Neurella again. Pretty good size one.
No, it looks like we're doing another ROV crew
Nav,
change.
What's our current move in?
Yeah, so we'll be here for a moment as they're switching out the front row.
Nav.
Thank you, Dan.
What's our current move?
Current move is 140. The move is almost complete.
Copy that. Thanks.
Yeah,
Josh
move just completed.
over,
Co-pilot.
I think, if I'm not mistaken.
As in, ship just finished, or
I'll
be done?
ship just finished. You only got a couple minutes left to swing in. Yeah.
I think Dave.
2 minutes, maybe.
No, was David already there? I don't remember who the navigator was.
I think Levi is up there in Navigator, but I'm not positive. Again, I haven't studied the back of their heads well enough.
That's right.
To
He's getting up,
Dave's
so Dave's
taking over.
taking over. Yep.
Navigator.
Hey, Chris, Jasper, this is Josh piloting now, and with Andy on co-pilot, and Dave as navigator.
Welcome,
Hi, guys.
So we've imaged a lot of the animals so far, Josh, but we keep popping up with new and interesting ones, so we're kind of on the lookout for weird ones here. This kind of, see this sponge graveyard down here? That's pretty interesting.
It's the bottom of the hillside, right?
Yeah.
They all fall.
They've all fallen down and collected down here in this little gully here.
This is also our first little sandy patch where you can see some current ripples.
See, if you just waited a little longer, Jasper, you would have gotten even a bigger rock. Look at the size of some of these.
Yeah, they wouldn't have picked us up.
Yeah.
Jasper has learned from we biologists not to wait.
That's right. You just grab, and I get another chance later anyway.
Yeah, but Scott,
in case I don't, at least I have one rock.
We don't have our biological yet so far today, though. So. There is a big polyopogon that's fallen over, I guess.
Or is he just growing between the dead ones?
Yeah, maybe. That's.
Come on, impartial video.
Yeah, that's pretty strange.
I don't think that stem is that stem part of him.
Well, it's not part of him, but he might have been growing on it, and then he fell down. I think that's what's going on. He was growing over the stem, and then he's...
How are we doing, co-pilot?
Yeah, the tissue does go around it, doesn't
Looking
it?
good, but I'm still moving right now. I'm
so,
down 76 on you right now.
there's fibers that are attaching this larger white sponge to the dead stalk.
So it looks like they were moving.
So the stalk is not part of the sponge.
Come in tight.
So far.
A really nice view of this fibrous attachment.
They were averaging maybe
characteristic of the family Farinimatidae, and in this genus here, which is
What was their last move?
Oh, sorry, the last
that
move
sponge
was
got quite large before it
30
actually
meters,
was too
and
heavy
it should
for
have
the dead
finished
stock it was on
for
and
the ship.
dislodged the stock.
What was the speed?
A couple
on the
minutes ago,
bottom.
0.2.
Okay.
You should be settling out about now.
Yeah, looks like I am.
These actual type of spicules you're looking at right now, spicules are the microscopic skeletal parts of sponges. These are modified ones that are called basalia. These are the ones that certain types of sponges use to hang onto the bottom, in contrast to some of the other sponges we've seen today where they actually glue themselves onto the...
You just chose the wrong thing.
We
to
picked up a rock
to glue or to
25
tie
minutes ago.
himself to.
It's in starboard forward. It's sort of medium sized.
Okay.
You feel heavy?
Yeah, I've had to adjust
fear
the
that
Z-bias
sponge
pretty
has not got
significantly.
too much longer. Who knows? He may be able to filter okay, just kind of lying on his side there. I mean, I do that a lot, and I'm doing
filtering on your side.
Yeah, I guess you could call it filtering. Filtering TV shows.
Just wanted to make sure there was a reason for it.
And here the layering looks really interesting. It's sort of really thin little layers coming down now. It's sort of chipping off and thin flakes.
We're in a little bit of a barren patch for animals.
I think it's the sediment.
Yeah, it could be, and then maybe we'll transition into a different community as we come up slope. Which
once we get a little higher up. There's something poking out.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
Pilot, if you want me to turn that way, I can. It looks like on my sonar it's a little off to my port. Anyway.
Off to your starboard, you mean?
Sorry.
Just next to the lasers.
Yes. Come on in video.
No, it's a Candidella. It's a primnoid Candidella gigantea or something very close to that. This looks like it has 3 polyps per whorl. It's more along the lines of the actual type species of Candidella gigantea.
Holding partial.
One of the things that we found is helpful for these Candidella is that they typically don't have polyps on the lower quarter of the of that axis. And so as you're approaching them, if the axis is clearly bare and the main axis is more or less straight or perhaps shepherd staff-like, then it's usually a primnoid Candidella.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Scott. That's part of my gestalt that you sort of
zoom a bit more.
Very,
yeah, go for it.
Very nicely. That is a characteristic of Candidella. Oh, look at this.
Now, the way we could get fooled
that's
with that,
beautiful.
of course, is if we saw a bamboo coral that recently had a hipposterid sea star feeding on the lower polyps, then it would look the same from a distance.
So you're looking at these transparent...
Wow, I'm now getting this close-up, and it's truly spectacular. And you can see the roughness on these polyps, and that roughness that you're seeing are these scales. You've described the sclerites before. They're calcium carbonate. They're embedded in the tissue, but it looks from this appearance like they're on the outside. They're not really. They're just in that surface layer. And you can see the tentacles with their little side branches emerging from them. 8 tentacles. These are octocorals. And this whole family of octocorals, the Primnoidae, are all characterized by having these very complex scales in various different shapes. We were talking earlier about Narella. We said the scales were fused so they appear larger. And it's really the shape and distribution of those scales and sclerites that is used in the taxonomy of all of the octocorals. So interestingly
this,
enough, for viewers who are used to field guides of fish and birds and butterflies, typically what you see in those field guides are these gross images of the whole animal, kind of like if we were looking at this whole colony. But if you were to pick up a scientific paper that was telling you the different species of octocoral, all you would be seeing are these microscope scale images of the sclerites, and that's what you use to tell them apart for the most part. There's a little bit about branching and some other things.
Yeah, so Scott, I don't know if you noticed, but we wound up looking at, while you were describing that, we wound up looking at either a hydrozoan or cereanthid, and I think Tina thought this could be
tentacles.
Yeah, I think Tina thought these things could be cereanthids. I don't know if
it is a cereanthid. I can see the internal ring of tentacles.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this particular cereanthid, which I don't think anybody knows anything about, is that most cereanthids live in the sediment. They secrete a tube around them, and there's this one variety, and this being one of, well, at least one of these that is maybe the same thing we've seen elsewhere, that lives on these rocks. So it kind of secretes a shortened type of a tube. Not sure he can retract all the way into that. But
so, and I can see the tube. The tube is kind of whitish there, and I wonder if it penetrates at all into that crack. But we saw the same thing up in the Aleutians. We were really quite surprised. These tube anemones that were living on the rocks, as you say, the tube is built into a burrow, and that burrow can be up to 1 meter in length. And so clearly that tube is not 1 meter into that rock. As you say, it must be very short.
Yeah, so I wonder if this is a type of cereanthid that doesn't retract into the tubes. Who knows? It's doing something different.
One way to test that, I know you're not going to like it.
Yeah, well, they sort of blew it around quite a bit. Maybe we could take a look at this vase sponge that's up here. I wonder if this is the same
ornate one that you were stumped by?
Yeah, but now this one...
This top one or the lower one?
The top bigger one. The bigger one. Thank you. I think this is the same thing.
Watch lead, Nav.
Roger, Nav, go ahead.
We're running a bit behind on making it to our endpoint for this dive. Is it important to get to that waypoint, or do you like our current pacing?
Yeah, actually, this one we could probably pass. We got some good imagery of it. Maybe the pacing is okay, and then maybe we'll try to zoom on things that are we don't have a whole lot of video of already.
We'll do a quick zoom as I come come by it.
Roger.
Pirouette around it.
Holding partial.
It's the same sponge. I don't know. We do need to get a biological in the box. I don't know if anyone out there would entertain a sponge collection. We had 2 corals yesterday. I'm not sure what the sponge is. It's a Regadrella, or it's in the subfamily Corbitellinae and the family Euplectellid for sure, Euplectellidae. But this is just plain different.
Feel free, Chris. I mean, I think you've got me, Bruce, and you as the biologist to make the decision, and I am certainly not opposed. I know that you've seen a lot of the deep-sea sponges in the Pacific and have a good eye for what's novel and what isn't, so seems like a reasonable collection.
The geologist just goes for it.
Okay. Well, it'd be nice to get one in the box, too, just like your rock.
That's right.
And I honestly don't know what this... I can go so far with it, but that's it. I don't... how would you do this, Pilot, if you collected it? Would you just sort of
right now.
cut the top off or something?
Yeah, that would be my... I think that's the only option here.
Right.
Would just be to take like the upper part of it. And is this going to be delicate, do you think? Or
no, it's going to squish.
Squish?
Yeah.
All right.
It'll be kind of spongy.
It'll be interesting.
I bet it will.
Yeah.
Sorry, Josh, I couldn't resist. But yeah, soft. Josh always asks this, and I know this. It's actually really important to know whether it's a hard sponge or a
Is it
soft
okay to
one.
take
and how
a zoom
he
on the
collects
top
it.
for pilot?
So
Yeah, go for it.
and
We should image it if we're going to
I was
sample
going
it.
to say, at this gross level, it's interesting. It looks like it's melting.
Oh, we have all.
It's
all
like a
Starbucks
melting
is
cup.
open.
the candlestick sponge? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Copy.
Well, not the candlestick, the actual candle.
Yeah.
Can you bring up my
This is really beautiful, and that is a very dense sieve plate on there, which is also different about the sponge.
And can you center it up?
So, Chris, right now there are two fishery biologists here at IRC, myself and Bob Humphreys, and we both say, if you don't recognize it, collect it, because if you don't, you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
All right, when you're good video.
Sounds like there's a little experience in that in that sentence.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Are you full wide?
Yep, full wide.
Well, I'm going to use that to justify every recommendation I make to collect sponges, even if it's at the expense of coral biologists.
So, I suspect that I'm going to end up getting it's going to be hard to snip this.
Yeah, you might have to almost tear it somehow to try to leave the bottom part. Maybe a twist or something, I'm not really sure.
Just squeeze it a few times.
It's so big.
Don't you wish you had a rock box to put it in?
The first one we saw was even bigger than this one. It's
like, I don't think my blades are going to get all the way through it. Well, I'll give it a shot here.
I think you'll be all right.
Yeah, you can even kind of constrict it like you're doing now and try to get as much as possible in the blades. I think that'll... That's it.
There you go. Yeah,
oh, perfect.
you got it.
That's perfect. That sponge is going to do fine there. It'll regrow. That's terrific.
Yep. Absolutely.
Ugh.
If you want to drop a waypoint here in nav, I'm going to move.
So this is one of these, I think we're going to wind up having to put a portion of it in alcohol, and then we're going to have to dry the rest of it out, because it's just going to eat up too much alcohol. But, I mean, this is terrific, because we have a lot of material for it. You know, one of the things when you're sampling these sponges too is they've got two surfaces. They have an outer surface called the dermal surface, and then in the inside of the actual vase is called the atrial surface. And you can have different skeletal parts from the outside to the inside, so it's absolutely critical that you get a sample across the entire body wall
when
to
you're ready,
really be able to
the
describe it. I would put it as Regadrella species ? It's like no other Regadrella that we've ever collected before. It's a Regadrella. Yep. And
then once you're open,
species new or something if you want to. That's one way
adjust
to
my
put
mini
it.
Zeus, please.
Yep, that'll work. And not the port forward rock box, right?
No, I'm waiting for it to see where he's going to actually put it.
Okay.
It's going to be the outward one, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, you can push it down in there. Yeah, that's fitting in there pretty well. That wasn't quite as big as it looked initially.
Alright, I gotta try a different approach here. All right, get ready on that drawer.
Beautiful.
No, hold on. Let it sink. There you go.
Beautiful. Thank you, Josh. Great collection.
You're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
You always give me the hard ones, Chris. All right, we're good on the mini zoos. I mean, yeah. We're good
So there's something dead ahead on the screen to the right of the lasers. I don't know what that is. Is that a sea cucumber or what is that? Yeah, very.
That's the one that we have. I've seen the footage of, I think, several times.
All right, come on in video.
Kind of goes like this.
Oh, it is a sea cucumber that's kind of sticking up a little bit. Well, that's pretty weird.
Checking us out.
He's just looking up to see what you're doing.
He is. He's curious. That's
what are you doing to my friend?
I'm not sure what type of holothuroidium that one is.
We'll get it from the side in a second.
I can't even see who's on chat, whether Allison Miller is on chat, who knows these.
We don't have anybody on chat.
Right, no, I know that. So holothuroiding and possible synallactid maybe might be the. We might be able to go to that. We're going to get a little side view, which will help out.
Coming up a little bit.
Is that a little shrimp sitting in the front there?
Yeah, a long-legged.
Oh, it's the thread-legged?
Is it?
Yeah, it looks like it goes out well.
It is. So good spot, because that's the first thread-legged shrimp that we have.
Oh, this guy
on this dive.
He has tiny little spines on his back.
And that's another position that I've also
turn off the lasers.
Been in at times as well, just sort of sitting like that. Yeah, TV. I do not understand this sea cucumber behavior here. Like, what is he doing?
Strange.
Nice color. That's very strange. Josh, have you ever seen them do this before?
I have never seen them in this position.
I know. Oh, there's a little barnacle right next to it, one of the scalpellid barnacles to the right of it.
He's coming back down now, I think. No.
And actually, I don't even recognize the sea cucumber either.
Chris, I've seen whole fields of sea cucumbers doing this, and one of the suggestions was that in that particular case, it was a mating swarm. But obviously, this is a swarm of one. So
it's going to be sitting like that for a while.
Yeah, I'm not sure swarm really
It was really
works.
interesting. This was
Have we seen this
up in the illusions, and we probably saw 50 or 60, and they were all sort of half the body was up in the water column.
Let's come in on the sea star.
So,
Is that another fatty finger?
No.
No, not quite.
No, I know what this is, but I'm going to give Chris Ma a chance here. Because we were way ahead of him by at least 5 minutes yesterday.
Yeah.
So.
I'm trying to remember what we did that worked in the end, because the spotlight in the sky didn't work. Did we misidentify it? Just on purpose? I can't remember what we did.
What's that?
To get Chris Ma to call in, what did we do again? The spotlight in the sky didn't work.
No, it didn't work. He finally...
He called in for some other reason.
Yeah, what did he do? I can't remember.
Co-pilot thinks
I know
you
what he is,
misquoted
but I'm
him.
totally
That got his
spacing the
attention.
name right now. I almost got it. I'm going to look in the Okeanos Deepwater Animal Guide.
Oh,
That's
yes.
where I'm going to look for it.
And where can people find this?
On the OER website. Let's see.
This contains all kinds of nice pictures.
Yeah, and sea stars just like this one, too.
Yeah.
Yes.
RV Bridge.
Why it took me so long to come up.
Go ahead, Rich.
You want
Yeah, just wanted to give you an update. We have a pretty big weather system astern of us. It looks like it's moving north. Might not affect us at all, but I just wanted you to be advised.
Yeah.
It does look like it's eating. It may even have a stomach everted.
That was
Okay, thank
of a
you.
primnoid.
So Scott's thinking that's a primnoid that he's eating.
But yeah, it looks like his stomach is averted around the stem.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if Chris has ever documented this particular sea star is eating corals.
Gonna come out for an establishment.
Maybe he's just not that choosy. There's not that much else. Well, there's actually plenty to eat here.
Chris Ma, you're going to have to call in or I'm going to give a purposely erroneous ID on this thing. So I'm going to give you a number. I'm going to give you
Oh, I got
3-4 more minutes. That's all you got.
Stomach here.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got the stomach
I
wrapped.
guarantee you're not going to give him 3 minutes.
Well, we're not going to get too far away from the sea star before I yell out the ID, so he does have less than 3 minutes.
That's true.
So that stem is sort of dead both above and below where the sea star is. It's not really clear whether he actually ate any parts of it or not.
If he did, it makes sense that it fell over. 'Cause he's just so big compared to that little stalk.
Well, except, Chris, as you noted, you can clearly see the pyloric
Pilot,
stomach
we
is
need to
everted
average
there.
about
That's
0.1
stomach
knots,
that's
or
wrapped
maybe a bit
around
over
the stalk,
that
so
to make
it's
it to
feeding
our
on something.
dive-in waypoint.
It's not what the
Doesn't
original
seem
animal was that
that
built that stalk,
getting
and
to
it's
that
something that was
waypoint
growing
is,
on it.
Right.
urgent,
So the sea star is out of
may
view
want to
right
find out
now,
a
but
little bit.
that's it. So we don't get too far away from him.
So you wanna
That's
get moving now?
Astenactus, and it's
Yeah, if
possibly
you can.
Astenactus papyraceus. Just wanted to make sure we had an audio log so we don't have the chat room for the
Yep,
identification.
we can get a ship moving.
Yeah, a little
If
side branch on
co-pilot's
that
comfortable.
Tretopleura. Another
Based
sea
on
star
the
down there.
Yeah.
multi-beam, I think more like
There's
140.
that one up there.
Let's do another quick zoom here.
Right. Well, what do you think then?
So this is a different type of sea star.
Yeah, go for it.
And it looks like there's some tunicates around it as well. Some
Sure.
These little brown.
Nice juicy ones to eat.
Yeah, it could be that he's eating them too. I'm not. It's a possibility, I guess.
Okay,
Or is that a
Yeah,
kebab
go
sticking
for it.
out? Yeah.
Yeah, little kebab. So what? Oh boy. Not sure I know what the sea star
Yeah, that
is.
sounds good to me. 30 meters at 0.2 knots sound all right. All right, I'll call that in. Bridge, ROV nav.
Go ahead, RV Nav.
We'd like a ship move,
Well, I
please.
think I can go to the
30
family
meters,
gun
bearing
austerity.
160 degrees, 0.2 knots.
I
Okay,
don't
when
know.
you
All right, I'm going to read
video.
that back to you. I've got 30 meters bearing 160 speed decimal 2. Is that correct?
That's good
I
copy,
guess
thank
maybe
you.
Copy that. Stand by for input.
what we could do is perhaps try to get a little further upslope, see if we can get into a little higher density that we had earlier, if that's possible.
Yeah, copy that, Chris.
Okay.
We just put in a ship move, so
RV Nav bridge move has been initiated. 30 meters, 160 degrees, speed decimal 2.
Sterid,
Thank you, Bridge.
sea star. Trying to see what's in the distance there. I guess it's another one of those sponges. Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's a little chrysogorget on the bottom, little stellatas we've been seeing all day.
Again, we're sort of looking at one of these big hillsides covered in thick manganese crust over this bulby stuff. Looks like pillow lavas again. So I think we're still moving through these sort of mounds of pillows.
Copy.
It's making up a nice ridge of these sort of connected little mounds of pillows.
Very hard substrate.
Yeah.
So, just I'm not really certain why there aren't more animals covering it. Looked like it would be suitable. Here's a little Caulophacus sponge. It's
Twin partial.
Caulophacus. Yeah, I know. I'm looking at this. Oh yeah, so it's got two of the pom-poms on it, and I lost the top one. So I think we're calling this. Is it Caulophacus new genus? Let's see what. Yeah, we're calling it Caulophacus new subgenus. The reason we're calling it a new subgenus is that the other members of this genus, Caulophacus, they don't subbranch like that. They don't form more than one puff off the end of their stalk, but this one does.
It's become a nice base for others too.
You got a beautiful little hydroid there.
I called it in at 0228. You should start to feel it now.
When you're good video.
Establishing.
Looks like you're moving now.
No, I guess that hydroid is a tubularid. I was just looking up. I don't know the hydroids very well, but
I was
what was that, Scott?
ADK. I say I was trying to look it up as well.
Yeah, I got little.
Found it, but my impression was that it is a tubularian.
Yeah, I think the ones that have the sheath are the tubularids, and the one without the sheaths are the Corymorpha type of hydrozoan. That's what we concluded last year when we were trying to come up with that guide.
Sure. Well, yeah, it definitely was not a corymorphid.
Right.
But that is one of the differences. But there are some other characteristics as well.
Okay. Marvelous pillows. Yeah, a little Munidopsis crab on the substrate.
They'd be even more marvelous if there wasn't so much manganese on them. Be able to pick one up.
Yeah, but it's giving sort of a surreal type of texture to the substrate.
Well, and it sort of proves the point that this is very old.
Right. We can get a zoom on the crab if we've got a chance here.
Yep, we have time.
Got an expert there in Texas A&M, Mary Wickstein, who gives us a lot of help with identifying these crustaceans we encounter.
Hey, come on in, video.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, there you are. It was more than 5 minutes, about a 10-minute delay, but I'm glad you're on.
No, because I'm just seeing this on Facebook. The video that I'm watching is still showing you in a dead sponge field. The pictures show a 6-rayed mixapterid, something that looks like mixapter or Aspenactus.
Okay,
yes,
I was guessing Aspenactus. You'll see my guess after after we leave the sea star.
Since way that I've never seen a 6-rate Astenactus before. So you could be right. I need the close-up, there needs to be sort of a close look up at the osculum, the spines around that hole that's on the top. And off the top of my head, it's not something that I've ever seen before. So,
I get lasers,
it's one of those things I'll just have to check. Let's see the pictures, or one of these days, they could even be the same. Sometimes the character differences are very minimal. These are very poorly known, and I've never seen. There are 6-rate mixaster, and there are some mixaster that live in the Pacific, but typically mixaster is found in the Atlantic. So it would be interesting either way. These are very rare animals, or they're seldom seen, at any time other than by themselves. So seeing it alive, is always a treat.
That move finished maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago.
One on this expedition.
Start working on
another. I'm not mistaken, because there are lots of different moments we've seen Astenactus.
You still like 160
over the last 3 legs. So,
Chris.
I'll probably won't even see the video for this for another 15 minutes or so. But
well, Chris, for a while there we had something. We had something in Hurl that we thought was a six-armed Astenactus, but then I think the last time I showed you some
30
of these
meters
pictures,
at 150.
you backed it off to mixasterity, and I'd forgotten that, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to back that ID off to a mixasterid. But very shortly you're going to... Yeah, but very shortly you're going to see another sea star, so I'm hoping that you're going to call back in. And I was only able to go Guyot on the sea star, and it's just a few minutes after that, the one that you were just looking at. So hopefully you'll help us out with that one too.
Let me just sort of quietly look and see if it's come up yet anywhere on the feed, and. And I'll check tomorrow and email.
Bridge move has been initiated 30 meters, 150 degrees, speed decimal 2.
Some of the
copy. Thanks, Chris.
Characters for the 2 genera I was discussing. So, but let me. Yeah, I don't think it's come up yet.
It will, but just hang in there because it's going to come up. It was just right after that one, after we left there.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Chris, it kind of sounds like you're speaking on open microphone in the control room rather than on the headset.
I am in my apartment.
Oh, no, not this one.
Oh.
I'm going to move my microphone down a little bit. I don't know if that helps.
I hear an echo, and that often means that you flip the switch so that you're speaking in the control room. Maybe I'm wrong.
This thing in the water column?
Maybe you're hearing him through my microphone.
All I can tell you is that there's a big echo now.
Yeah, so we've got another Ritagorgia over here that we imaged earlier. We've seen a bunch of those already.
It's gone.
What was that? Sorry.
We were starting to get an increase in the density of the animals as we're going up slope again like we had earlier. So that's kind of nice to see.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
It's fine.
Just had a little bit of a bare patch in the saddle, and we're coming into more animals again.
Was that better, Scott?
Okay.
Was that better?
Try one more time.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't have much to
that
say
sounds
here.
like it's stopped.
Okay.
Oh, no, I still hear the echo.
Okay, then it's not my microphone.
Hey, Chris?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'll just get in real quick. Yeah, so the pictures finally come up. It's a Goniasterid. I'll be honest and say that it looks sort of like Mediaster, but it doesn't have the surface texture of Mediaster. So it's conceivably something new that I'm describing called the bogafter. I mean, the genus isn't new, but it's a genus that's found in this area that's poorly known. There's another species that occurs widely. It hasn't been described yet. I'll send you the genus name later.
You said Tabogaster?
I'll look more as they come up, and the video, of course. So, but yeah, it's definitely a goniasterid.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Chris. I'm glad you hung in there to help us with that.
I like to when I can. I appreciate your giving me the heads up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chris. So that's the voice of Chris Ma, who's at the Smithsonian and one of the foremost world's authorities on sea stars. So if you've watched some of these other dives before, you've certainly heard his voice. He'll call in when there's a sea star that's coming in. He's monitoring the video at home or in his office, and he's been super helpful. These are little chrysogorgids, that's a Staropathes.
Yeah, ship has
I think it's one of those
urchins again.
Urchin or a tunicate, one of those. Could be one of those round urchins.
What was that watch lead?
Zoom in right around the. Just a
around
quick
the
zoom around the lasers.
Yeah, I think it is the round urchin that we saw earlier.
Yeah, come on in
let's
video.
get another look at him.
That's a partial zoom.
Yeah, hold that.
That's him. Or something similar.
No, that's him. That's him. The question is, what is he? Hey,
come on in tight.
Chris, if you're still out there, I'm hoping you're going to watch for a little while longer, maybe about 10 more minutes your time. There is a perfectly brown, kind of yellow-browned urchin that we saw earlier, and we're imaging it right now, and it's got very short, thin spines, mostly on the lower half of it. And that's what the other one looked like too, so I assume that that's the way it looks in life. So if there's any chance you have any kind of ID for this urchin, we'd appreciate it, because I can't even go beyond urchin.
We're on the same same track here. I'll go with slightly yellow-brownish urchin.
Well, I can go further than that.
Oh, yeah.
Round, slightly brownish.
There you go. And he's got these sort of little...
little plates.
Co-pilot ship
plates, yeah.
Just completed.
And around him I've got these little stocked tunicates, I guess.
Any more
what we collected.
Yeah.
Nope, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Little kebabs again.
Yeah, when you're good video.
All right.
Can we get lasers? Yeah. There you
So he's about 7 centimeters, perhaps. Something like that.
go. Hey, come on up.
Yeah, thank you. And that's a Staropathes. That was
All
right
right,
in front of
wide.
him. We saw one earlier on. Some Bathopathes, Chrysogorgia. These are the little orange ones. Little Iridogorgia.
That's
We've
correct.
got a lot of variety here. And there's a great big Iridogorgia right there in front of us, coming up. Missed that one. I will see if I can spot another one of those. Looking at the...
I'm not sure. I'm maybe too late because I think I'm 14 seconds behind, but there's kind of an orangey one you passed over. Was that just another black coral?
That was the one I was mumbling about, because I was a little behind too. I was looking elsewhere. He's turning that way, yeah, and then down, Josh. This one here is what we were both looking at.
Copy.
Thank you.
Come on in video.
May have been one of these highly branched Trissopathes.
So that's a partial.
Alright, zoom as you wish.
Alright.
I would say so.
Okay. And so this is checking my notes here. I think this is what Tina had. Yeah, there it is. Tina had thought that earlier one was.
Trissopathes.
Right, Trissopathes.
Copy.
Yeah, so, Chris, the one that we saw that was unbranched and we called Parantipathes, it also had these pinnules coming out at these angles to each other, so maybe that was simply an unbranched Trissopathes.
Okay.
Can we have more magnification? Here. Chris, can we have more magnification? It's Tina.
Yes, hi Tina.
Any more zoom?
So do you think
Nope,
it's
that's full
Trissopathes,
zoom.
Tina?
I'm not sure that it's this one is Trissopathes. This might maybe Parantipathes, but
Oh, that's funny, because we saw one earlier that was unbranched, and we thought it was Parantipathes, so it's nice to hear you say that. I see there's an amphipod on it also, low down.
no, yes, I sent it out. Yeah.
No, she's now standing up.
So this one, possibly Parantipathes, is that correct, Tina? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and write that in.
Wait. Not very comfortable projection.
That amphipod is magically turned into a polychaete.
Yes.
5, okay. Yeah, that agrees with the multi-beam for where the ridge should be, so that's good.
Are you happy with this, Chris? Is there anything else you want to see?
Yeah, just pan up a little bit on the branch. I think Tina's still looking
I
at
would
this
put Parantipathes here.
Parantipathes.
I would put Parantipathes here.
Oh, thank you very much, Tina. And that's the voice of Tina Molodtsova from the Shirshov Institute of Oceanology in Moscow, and she's in Vladivostok right now with Asako Matsumoto. They're attending a
Okay,
conference
are we ready for that move now?
together. And so
right.
Tina is one of the world's authorities on these corals, these black corals.
Bridge,
along with,
RV nav.
Scott Franz
Go ahead,
and
RV.
some others.
How's that storm looking?
And so
it
this
looks
is
big,
terrific.
but it's still pretty far off of our stern. We're fine right now.
Chris,
Winds
but
are
I sure
static.
wouldn't put me in the same
I got
sentence
Dan
as
up
Tina
here.
regarding black corals.
But yeah, it's behind us.
Yeah, and actually
Right.
In that live interaction,
okay,
Scott,
well, we
you
have
might be
a
interested
ship
to
move
know
for
that
you.
Mercer
30
said hello.
meters,
He was on
bearing 125
in the
degrees,
workshop
we'll
there
0.2
for
knots.
that live interaction that I was that I attended
All right,
earlier when I went
got
offline
30
a bit.
meters bearing 125.2 knots. Is that correct?
That's great.
That's good
Thanks
copy,
for passing
thanks.
that on.
Copy that. Stand by for input.
I gave him a little grief and said that he should be joining us in the event log.
Good. Glad you did that.
Look, looks like there might be a fish on the left side.
All right, now bridge move has
Just
been
above the
initiated.
Urticordia.
30 meters.
Oh, you got a
bearing
fish here on the
125,
left?
speed decimal 2.
Oh, yeah,
Just another
he's
one
hanging
of
out.
these eels. He's
There's
just
two.
Is there two?
Oh, no, wait, no, that's, no, it's just one.
Come on in video.
Yeah, Chris, Jasper, just so
partial?
you're aware,
Yeah, go for the
video is on the conference line as well. So we're hearing
That's full
what
zoom.
he's saying to you.
Oh, terrific. It's a pretty good headshot.
Coming right at us.
Should I zoom out?
Yeah, come out partial.
And
Get the body.
that's a very nice shot of the origin of the dorsal, so that's going to help Bruce take a shot at identifying this one.
Let's go back to the head.
Chris, I'm wondering what the fuzzy white coral that it passed over would now be off-screen right and, off-screen left and up. So after we're finished with the fish, if we see it, I'm wondering if it was an
Come on
Okeanos.
Off screen to the left fuzzy.
All right, full wide.
Probably this little one.
The little one, maybe that's in front of the Ritagorgia. I think maybe that's what he was talking about. It's straight down from the lasers now. Yeah,
coming in.
I think that was it. What he was.
Yeah, that's the one, Chris, by the Iridogorgia, right?
Yeah,
That's
this
a
looks like
partial.
another one of these Chrysogorgia, maybe Chrysogorgia stellata, Scott, the little bushy
Okay,
ones.
you've got a better view
Yeah,
than
come on
you
in.
can go on.
There we go.
Yeah, definitely Chrysogorgia. I'm not sure if it's.
With its little friend in the middle.
Well, I'll tell you, these stellata fool me all the time into thinking they're going to be an Acanella. I see a Chirostylid squat lobster in there as well. I would agree with you. That's a Chrysogorgia.
When you're good video, I gotta.
Okay.
I'm getting tether pulls here. I gotta move on.
All right, we're full wide.
Yeah. Just gonna keep my heading into the current Copilot. From the
Anything
south.
more to say about the substrate there, Jasper? Anything?
Time off bottom is 17:20 local.
Sorry, I was just figuring out how long we had on the seafloor.
So
we have
it's
a little
another
bit over
2.5 hours.
Yeah.
2.5 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it still looks like it's the same sort of pillowy mound that we're climbing with this really thick layer of manganese on
At the
it.
end of my
It's
leash.
smoothing things out quite substantially. You can sort of see in there, here and there, like on the left, there's sort of a step down. You can sort of see the pillow still, but it is quite thick here.
And actually, we're going to be coming onto a more narrow part of the ridge as well. I think we're going to start up on it. So the ridge was already somewhat narrow, but it's even going to get narrower.
Walk the tightrope in a minute.
Well, I like
Luckily,
these narrow ridges. They usually are quite productive for.
Yep. And it really seems like our plan of going a little shallower today has panned out quite nicely.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of diversity here. I'd call this moderately dense. I wouldn't call it a really high density.
That was much more so than yesterday.
Yeah, definitely more so.
It's
than
only
yesterday.
a few hundred meters difference in height or in depth.
Right.
And
that may matter. Scott was also throwing out that it just could be food, the amount of food coming in this site versus the other seamount. It's a different orientation.
It's an anemone, maybe. Yeah, that's true. We have the same condition here today with the currents coming from the same direction, just not as high.
Right.
Hey, come on in, video.
Okay.
It's my impression also that we have a lot less sediment
That's a partial.
today than we had on yesterday's dive.
We have a lot less what?
Yeah, less sediment.
Yeah.
A lot less sediment.
Yeah.
And,
so that's
one thing to think about with respect to the corals and
That's
the
full.
sponges is when the larvae settle, they need a hard surface, and so if there's even a slight layer of sediment over the surface, it may impede settlement. So that's another factor to consider.
Josh, could you, just look a little bit left there. Is that a miniature crinoid there right at the base?
I think it was a crinoid, Chris.
Yeah, he's zooming in on it right now.
Do you have any more zoom video?
Nope, that's it.
I can get closer if you want, Chris.
I'm just studying it right now. I think it is. It's got to be the smallest
just
crinoid.
finished maybe 1 minute ago.
Wow. I think that's good, Josh, right there.
Okay.
I appreciate it. And this anemone is Exosalactus, I believe. That's what I'm going to
It seems to only have pinnules right at the tips of the arm, Chris. And I see there's also a barnacle, gooseneck barnacle.
Oh, right, on the
above
upper part. Yeah.
Anemone. So I wonder if this is another just developing comatulid.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I don't see any. It doesn't have any Siri yet, so the one we saw yesterday may have been closer to separating from the stock, but just because there's only pinnules at the tips of the arms seem a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just developing.
That is tiny. All right, well, science is good whenever video is good.
Yeah, video, when you're ready.
Harvey, now, Bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Be advised, looks like we do have a small squall that is broken off from the bigger ones, and it's coming at us on our starboard side. It's not too big, but we may get some rain here in a bit.
All right, thanks. So there's a pretty big storm behind us that they don't think is going to be a problem, but it's throwing off little squalls.
All right, keep an eye on the wind.
All right.
If you get a sudden increase in wind, the ship may have issues with DP.
Okay.
It's a Poliopogon sponge that we're just going over, one of the glass massive hexacanelids. And we're seeing some of these other small fans that are in the family Primnoidae that we've been seeing all day.
Oh, there's another fish on the
Go
left.
ahead. Well, let's zoom right here real quick.
Okay.
In the center.
Oh, yeah, it's... he's going for the really strange worm, and there's also a fish, another one of those big eels that's...
Tight on the worm if you have any more.
Yep.
And then I'll go for the fish.
You could catch the worm and then drop a line over and see if you can catch the fish.
All right, let's let the worm go.
All right.
Nice.
All right, let's see if we can find
We're
There you go. I'm all for that. I vote for that.
You see the fish at all?
He was heading up slope, so we may see him again.
We may see him again.
All right, pilot another 30 meters at 125. Great.
Oh, there's the fish. Center,
there he is.
center
I see
screen.
the shadow. I didn't see.
Yeah,
I
come
saw
on
a
in video.
shadow.
All right.
Yeah, there he is.
Bridge, RV nav.
Go ahead, RV.
We'd like to repeat the last ship move. 30 meters, bearing 125 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Current's picking up.
30 meters, 125.2. I copy that. Stand by for input.
Come in tight.
That's full zoom.
Boy, how are you able to determine the different types of scales on the thing? I can't even see the individual
RV nav,
scales.
bridge
There's
move has been
a-
initiated. 30 meters, 125 degrees, 2. And to reiterate what I
Bruce,
said
I
a
haven't
minute
been
ago,
able to
that
pick
squall
that
is
out.
going
I
to be
know
coming
the
down our starboard
videographers are
side.
doing their
There's a
best, but I'm
possibility
not so
of this
convinced
shift that I may
as
decide to
Ken
move
is
my
that you
head,
can
depending
see
upon where the
scale
wind swirl to.
patterns from these videos.
Good copy, and
So you
understood.
probably have a better
Let me know
eye
if
than
you
I
need
have.
to move the head.
But,
Copy
thanks
that.
for trying.
I'll let you know before I do anything.
It's difficult, though, without having the specimen in hand.
So, Josh, you don't have the microscope adapter on that main camera, do you?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
Yeah, still in prototype. All right. Come out just a little bit video.
Yep.
And then just let him
That's
swim
a
away.
tough one looking at the scales on that guy. Well, Bruce, would you go with that same Brevidorsalis organi for this particular Synaptobranchus? Or are you thinking something else?
All right. Come out wide.
No, he's got the dorsal fin origin far back.
All right, we're full wide.
So I think it's the same.
Push against the current.
We've been seeing it's either Brevidorsalis or Oregon.
Pilot, he may want to turn to starboard as that
I have to
squall
also
hits
sit down
us.
with the images and take
If
some
he does, how would
measurements
you feel about
if we
rotating
can to
about
see how far
midships?
back the dorsal fin
If
is.
if he needs to do that, that's fine. We can come up and adjust.
All right, but you'd rather not if you can avoid it.
Yeah, if he can avoid it, but it's fine for us to.
Okay.
You know, if he's redlining, we can come up off the bottom. He can do his turn. Because it's faster to go around midships
Yes,
anyway.
of course.
I think
So.
these eels have to be pretty close to the ROV to zoom in well enough to see a scale pattern on them. I don't think from this distance that really works that well. But thank you very much for trying. It's great images.
You're welcome,
There's
Bruce.
another fish.
Another fish, yeah.
Yeah, come on in.
Hey, it's Eel City, Bruce. Eels all over the place.
I've got a
So
little
this one
bit
looks
more
lighter.
zoom.
Do you think that's just from the lighting, or?
Yeah, it's
Moving
different.
fast.
He's not a scartering, but he's still got the tail way far back. Probably going to be that Brevidorsalis.
Oop.
Doink.
Didn't see that one coming.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to run into something, you might as well run into a sponge, right? Although, unfortunately, that sponge is kind of brittle and hard and scratchy, so
Yeah.
it may not have felt so good.
Try to come in tight.
Okay.
If you have any more.
Yeah, that's it.
So what did these guys eat?
Anything that swims or crawls, probably. They're, who knows, but they're considered to be pretty voracious predators down here. I think Bruce was commenting on this the other day, why so many had scarring on them because of attacks, probably, things they're trying to get.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They eat mobile prey, so they feed on small fishes, small crustaceans, small cephalopods. They don't feed on the corals or sponges. And they're one of the few really active lunging predators that you see.
All right, we're full wide.
Thank you.
You see in this habitat, most of the other fish kind of cruise along slowly and nip at things on the bottom or pick things out of the water column. But these are very active predators. So they do feed on the small active animals.
Okay.
That bit of video was nice, by the way, because he flared his gill cover. You could see a dark opening on the bottom of the throat. The two gill openings in this group of eels, this genus, are on the underside of the throat, almost connected with each other. And that's why they call these eels cutthroat eels.
So thanks, Bruce. We're continuing upslope now and seeing kind of the same things we've been seeing all day. We haven't had any major transitions in the community so far, except that this area is a little bit sparser than the first area that we were in. Like another sea star. Could perhaps get a zoom on this guy and see if he's the same one we saw earlier or a different one.
Copy that. Alright, come on in, video.
I think he's a little different. Yeah, so Chris, if you're watching in about 5 or 10 minutes your time, you're going to see another star here. I'm going to see if I can
You have any more zoom?
try to remember if there's anything that looks
There we
like
go.
it in the gallery. I have an idea what this could be, but I'm not sure I'm right on this.
You want to fly for a little bit?
the closest thing it looks like, and what I can tell, is something we call Goniasterid. Well, that's the family, I'm pretty sure, and I think Chris will agree. The question is, which one? Yeah, that should be good for science whenever you're ready.
Come on up to you.
All right.
Co-pilot, that
Hold that.
move ended maybe 2 minutes ago, so have a little bit left.
All right, come on out.
Okay. Or full wide.
Doing a little bit of a chair change here, so Andy's going to take over as pilot, and Josh is going to sit in the co-pilot seat. And while they're just getting all squared away, this is a live broadcast from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. We're in the wake unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. And we're on a seamount that doesn't have a name. That's west of Wake Island itself. I think it's about 60 miles west of Wake. And we're at a depth of 2,108 meters. And we're traversing up the ridge line of a ridge extending from the seamount. This is a flat top seamount, or Guyot. And we're traversing up right along the ridge line, where we've often found some pretty good populations of corals and sponges.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's slight, not like what we were seeing the other day. Okay. I'm gonna head forward a little bit
this
then.
is watch lead.
Go ahead.
Roger, Nav. So could we get an update on the distance we are from the endpoint?
Sure, give me 1 second.
Thank you. Jasper has stepped out for a moment to get something to drink.
Watch lead nav, we're about 480 meters from our dive end waypoint. To make that, by the time we need to pull off the bottom, we need to average about 0.12 knots, which is a little bit faster than we've been going.
Sure. Well, I wonder if maybe, since we're seeing a lot of the same things, whether we could go a little bit faster.
Yeah, I think we should be able to do that. I'll talk to the pilots.
Great, thank you.
Pilots should copy that.
Yep.
Okay.
But we can.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think I agree. It's 20-degree average and a bit rocky. So keep the speed the same, and we'll just start rapid firing them maybe. Okay, great.
It's about 4.
Okay. Do you like your current heading 130? Okay, we've been moving at 125, so we can keep doing that. Bridge,
Looks
RV
like there's
nav.
another fish up to the
Go ahead,
left.
RV.
We'd like to repeat the last ship move. 30 meters, bearing 125 degrees, 0.2 knots.
That's a good copy. I got 30 meters bearing 125, speed decimal 2. Stand by for input.
That's a partial zoom.
Copy that. Okay.
Hey, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris went out for a drink for a second. Go ahead.
Oh,
Harvey Knapp Bridge. Move
are you
been
guys
initiated
still
30
looking at
meters
That's as
bearing
much light as
125
I've
speed
got.
decimal.
So.
We just
Copy,
moved on.
that's
We
good.
just found a fish. We're not really moving, but we're looking at the fish right now.
Okay. Well, you can tell Chris then that the white going after it is
So we
probably
need to do
something
one of these
similar
maybe every
to
7 or 8
after,
minutes.
or
I'll,
possibly
try to keep track of that.
after. But
He's
the truth
getting
is
further
that
and further away.
I
isn't he?
don't recognize it, which probably means that it is one of many, many.
Yeah, I
new
was doing it
things
slowly.
that moved down here. It's
Okay,
very
let's come on
similar
out.
to some of the things that are known. So it's conceivable
Okay,
that
set my
I
camera real
read
quick.
my search. Oh, sorry, we're looking at the fish, aren't we? Anyway, so cool white Goni asteroid. Maybe sometime in the future, if there's an opportunity to pick one up, it'd be cool. But anyway,
Okay, let me go check it
for
out.
now, I'll leave it for Chris. to,
Yeah, I see it.
Blog and such. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so this is Bruce. That was another one of the cutthroat eels in the
Look at that over there.
Brancus, probably the same species, either Breva dorsalis or Oregonite. That one had
There's a
scars
fish
on
to
the
your
tail.
starboard.
It looked like something had attacked it from behind and maybe tried to grab hold of the tail or something. Kind of an interesting observation. Maybe some predation on the predator somehow.
There's another fish swimming away right now too.
You want to do a quick zoom on him?
You might have lost him.
Yeah,
No, this
he's-
will. Yeah,
he's-
no, this is not
Never
going to
mind.
catch
Okay.
him. He's too far.
Whatever that
He's
is on the
swimming
bottom
the
is
other
This is a
way.
nice little field of life right here. Look at this guy.
So let's keep heading up.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see it all in Sirius's view. There's a lot more just on the other side of this ridge.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm just catching a glimpse of that other fish, and that looks like yet another one of these cutthroat eels, or maybe one of the same individuals. There's some question about whether they might actually follow or circle around the ROV.
Right.
They're common enough that we don't need to chase cutthroat eels.
Right. Right.
Okay.
Thanks.
So when you get stuff in the water column, and there's a current, it's pretty easy. You just sort of go off stick, drift with them,
Okay.
and then adjust your distance.
Okay.
So you can slowly come in on them, and you want to try to not come in too fast to where you have to reverse thrust, because then you'll spook them with your prop wash.
Looks like the terrain and
Get what
this
I'm
time
saying?
is still similarly steep.
Looks like there
billows.
might be a holothorian in the very bottom of the screen right now. Just went out.
We're seeing a lot of sponges right
Right
now.
there.
Some fish. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Do a quick zoom on that real quick if you want.
Sure.
As I continue forward.
Take a quick look down there. Is this one in
That's
the
a
same?
partial zoom.
Yeah, that's probably what we've been seeing, so I don't need a full zoom. Well, actually, I don't need. Do you want a full zoom? Okay, come on out.
Okay.
Now it looks like we're starting to see a few corals again.
There's another sea star in the center.
Oh yeah.
Back towards the top of the hill, and there
Want to do a quick zoom for me?
appears to be.
Okay.
There's two sea stars. There's one down low and then one up top. I think this is the guy we've been seeing.
Okay.
Ah.
Same one.
Well,
I'm back. So did
question for
Chris
science.
call in?
Yeah, he called just after you left.
And what did he say it was?
He was giving you a guesstimate, but he wasn't sure. It's the bottom line. I didn't spell out the name. Sorry.
Okay.
You want to do a full zoom?
Okay.
You're
I think
pretty
I heard
high
it
up.
say
That's a
Mediaster or Ceramic.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But he didn't think it looked exactly like either one of those.
Okay, thank you. I didn't think it looked like either one of them either, Mediaster or Ceramaster. The arms look awfully long
Pilot
for
ship
Mediaster.
just finished. Do you think we want another or not yet?
Okay. This one is a different one too.
We can
Sea Star
probably
we're
put
looking
another
at,
one in.
so-
Okay.
So what's happening, Andy, is the current's pushing you backwards
Okay.
and up.
Let me
So
go down and forward here.
yeah.
Zoom out partial if you would.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll get another 30. Same heading.
Also, I can
125.
see we're getting into more animals.
Okay, let's zoom out all the way.
As we're going
Alright.
to slope, huh?
We're probably getting towards the
That's all
top
the
of
way
this
out.
next
RV
one.
Nav Bridge, just be advised
Along
that
those
little
lines
squall
is
has
my
passed
guess.
over us. No
How-
significant
lot of
changes.
sponges.
Wind is
Yeah.
shifted slightly to the south. Now coming out of about 165. But other than that, no
Those
changes.
black corals.
Great,
the
thanks.
Piranopathes.
We'd like another ship move. Well,
Chendadella,
talking.
I think, off in the background.
Range of
These
30
little
meters,
sponges.
bearing 125 degrees, 0.2 knots.
That's a good copy. I've got 30 meters bearing 125, speed decimal 2. Stand by for input.
Another little Narella, which is in the family Primnoidae, the little irate coral that's up ahead.
Watch, did you say you wanted to zoom on one of these?
RV
No,
Nav
I'm
Bridge
just sort
has
of
been
calling out
initiated.
things that we've seen
Range
before.
30 meters bearing 125,
If you have something in
speed
particular
decimal
with
2.
all this here,
Good
just let
copy,
me know.
thanks.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, I sort of see something. If you were to turn to the right a little bit, and it's just to the left of that sponge. It's on the right-hand side of the screen right now. I think there's a little stock crinoid there, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't think we've recorded a stock crinoid except for that little baby today. I'm not sure that counts.
This guy that's kind of right in the center of the screen
Yeah.
right now.
Yep, you just lased them.
Okay, let me
That
get
looks-
a little closer for you.
I'm not sure that's what it is, but I think it could be.
Let's do a partial.
Okay.
Well, it is. Well, no, it's a little Iridogorgia. Okay, baby Iridogorgia. All right, I'm bummed. So, never mind.
So you don't want to look at this guy?
No, we can
You would have
skip
been
that one.
you would have been so happy with
Come
this
on now.
yesterday, I think.
I got
Careful,
something
I-
right to my port there.
Oh,
I'm gonna come
well.
back over and up.
Starting to look down on you.
Copy that. I'll get
We've
out.
seen much more spectacular examples of the
Yeah.
Iridogorgia today. That was a. And there's that sponge that we collected right up ahead, the same one that I think is some weird type of Regadrella. And Josh was able to get us a really nice piece of this one. And he crammed it into the box because it was so big.
That's right.
That's a good sample.
Folded it over, tied it in hand, tied it in a knot.
Yeah, squeezed all the air out of it. Yeah. Oh wait, sponges down here don't have
That's
air
right.
in them.
That's right. No need to attach the vacuum cleaner and suck the air out.
A big polyopogon sponge in the background there. And
Are you alternating how you pronounce that one?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sometimes pronounce it polyopogon, sometimes pronounce it polyopogon.
So next move, Nav, we're going to want to come more to my port. Looks like.
Oh, and another fish up in the left.
Another
Looks
eel.
like another one of those eels.
I don't know. The same old eel. We need a new eel. Bruce, come on, make a call out to get a different type of synaptobranchid here.
channel
Let's
your
go ahead
inner
and take
other
a look
fish.
at it. We could get lucky, and it
I
might
do?
be different.
Okay. I'll.
No, he's coming right towards us.
Yeah.
All right, video. Let's do it.
Really
He's ready
narrow
to close up, so go for the scales.
Maybe.
So you want to try to get the head,
Should I
the
zoom in
gills,
more?
Okay, zoom in.
Okay.
and the
This could
tail.
be different, Bruce.
It's coming towards you. Zoom out.
Yeah, I think it is different, believe it or not.
Zoom out
back
more.
up. He's coming right
But
at you.
he's going to hide underneath
Yeah,
the
okay.
vehicle.
Well, you sort of got a view.
There he is.
Oh, he's got, is that white lateral lines on
Okay,
there?
let's
Maybe
zoom
it's
in.
an Iliophus. I don't know. Yeah, it is. So it is a different eel. Sure. You're going to see something different, Bruce, as are everybody.
Okay, he's just coming into view now. It looks like the dorsal.
I've got a little bit more zoom.
It looks like the dorsal.
I don't think I need it right now.
Yeah.
It's pretty far back.
Bruce, you're going to get a better look at it shortly. He kind of went down the bottom, but they reacquired it.
Yeah,
so
should try to get the body
you'll see
too.
it much better.
Okay.
So here's the thing about this type of eel. The conversations that we had with Ken Sulak on the previous dive for an eel like this, it had the pale lateral line horns, suggested that even though we thought at first that this was in the genus Iliophus, which is characterized by pale lateral line horns, that genus has the dorsal fin origin, the fin on the back, start of it, fairly close to those paired fins behind the head, starting well in advance on the body. This one's got that
Pilot,
dorsal
we're
fin
just
origin
finishing
far
that move.
back
Are
on
we
the
ready for
body.
the next?
It does certainly look different
sure.
than all of the other synaphobrancos.
We're going to want to move
so
at,
far. And from what Ken said, some of the synaphobrancos...
That was a cool shot.
Almost.
A little lower.
He was saying
Yeah, we're being circled by different eels right now.
Okay, let's go.
Right.
Let's go ahead and come out.
Okay.
Which is a little bit more slender body, was probably synaphobrancos.
All right, little guy.
And
So
the
can
other
you push
one
ahead?
that
And
Come
we're
back
going
on
to
screen.
something around 105.
Okay.
Yeah, the sonar suggests maybe even
here
100.
how to
Yeah, let's do
identify
that.
these two different species of similar eels. But not, the only caveat that I have is actually this one looks like it's got the dorsal fin fairly
Bridge,
far
RV now.
forward.
Go ahead, RV.
So
We'd like another ship
it's
move.
more work,
30
but this is
meters,
definitely a
bearing
different species of
100 degrees,
Synaphobrancus
0.2
than
knots.
the ones that we've seen to this point in the dive.
I'm going to read that back. I've got
That's
30
cool.
meters
Thank you,
bearing
Bruce.
100 speed decimal 2. Is that correct?
Got some
Good copy.
interesting sort of
Stand by for
mouth
input.
snapping going on that video too, which is kind of a lot of these Trita pleura all over the bottom here. That's more than I think
Sponge
I've seen.
fest.
Yeah.
RV nav move has been
Yeah, a
initiated.
little
30
party out
meters
here.
bearing 100 speed decimal 2.
So
Bridge.
the little white specks are coming floating towards us, it seems. So looks like the current is from sort of down towards the
Coming from the
southeast
southwest.
or southwest, though. Yeah,
Yeah, like earlier.
that might be why these guys are all hanging out on this hillside.
I do think I see something to zoom in on,
Okay.
Pilot, if you're
Yes,
available.
absolutely. What do
There's
you-
sort of a brown fan that's kind of in the lower right quadrant right now.
Yes. Well, I see two of them, I believe.
Yeah,
The one closest to the sponge.
Okay.
Yeah, the closer one to the sponge.
I am looking at the guy that's kind of centered up on screen right now.
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
The lasers just went through it.
Let me get over there for you. Let's do a partial.
RV nav bridge. Just want to double check my bailout heading.
All right,
Set
so we do
315.
have something different.
Is that the one we collected the other
Yes,
day?
315
No,
looks good.
This is,
Copy that. Just wanted to double it.
I'm gonna let maybe Scott call in and weigh in this, or Tina or Asako maybe.
You're going to want to head that
I
way
think
anyway.
I have an idea, but I'm not sure.
Because you're off to my port.
Okay, let's zoom out for right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sitting here listening and watching Chris. Does look from
don't
this
want to hit
distance
anything.
anyway.
So
I haven't got a close-up yet, like a
Yeah, you're pretty far off
sword
the
of
bottom
some
right
kind.
now.
Okay. I'm gonna be threading these
I
guys.
was going to Paragorgia. It looked a little bit like that, but it didn't really have the real bubblegummy type balls on
Okay,
the
let's
ends.
do partial again.
Paragorgia is possible. The base of it looked like it was kind of yellowish brown, and then I thought maybe it was turning purpley pink, but we're so far I can't get a good
Yeah, you can come down.
color estimate
You're
on
like
it. Although
4
now
meters
we're
off the
starting,
bottom
from my
right now.
view, we're starting to get a little closer, and it is taking on a Paragorgia color. Yeah, I think that's a good guess. Absolutely.
Yeah, and this would be the first Paragorgia that we've documented today here at the site. Now they're getting a good zoom on it, so we'll really nail it down.
Yeah, you see the way they're attached to the rock. It's actually quite different from the plexaurids, which have a very well-defined holdfast. The
So, like, look at your
Paragorgiids
nip
are
cams.
in a larger group called the
And then you can
Scleraxonians,
also look
and
at
the way
your
the skeleton
altitude.
is constructed is
Okay,
very,
partial,
very different
please.
from all the sea fans, which have a true skeleton, meaning you could peel off the tissue and see a skeleton underneath, whereas these Scleraxonians, which include the bubblegum coral, the Paragorgia, if you scrape, you just sort of see more tissue mixed in with sclerite kind of cement. So you could continually scrape through that whole thing and never find an internal skeleton. Instead, it's just a lot of particulates all glued together.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. And also, when I don't know if you noticed in that close-up that this did not have the cluster of polyps at the
Can I
ends
go
of the
into
branches
depth and
that
auto
form
slide
the
to get
typical
stable one on it?
balls.
You
I've
say go
forgotten
wider?
the term for that.
No, stay right there.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
talking to my co-pilot.
There are the
If you want
species
to.
of Paragorgia
You're
that
gonna
don't
drift
do
with
that.
the
and
auto
this seems to
XY.
be one of them. The polyps seem to be
how
sort
it
of evenly spaced out along the branches.
Yep. Well, I'm very comfortable putting it in that family
Okay,
anyway.
let's go ahead and
Great, thank you.
well, yep,
And,
that's working.
That's the voice of Scott France from the University of Louisiana, Lafayette. So we can probably go ahead and move on whenever you're ready. Pilot.
Copy that.
Thank you.
So you need
A
to
dead
push
stalk
ahead.
of something
Okay.
there, probably one of these sponges.
Come on out, video.
So just go forward.
Okay,
Got it.
forward.
Nope, the direction you were looking. You're off to my port.
Coming.
Yeah, these sponges here.
I just didn't
that's
want to
for
hit
sure.
these sponges there.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
I don't know if we're going to get your second rock in a substrate like this, but I'll tell you, I'm gunning for the second bio. I'll give you a clue. So you could like give me your second rock, so I get a third bio. You could do that if you were nice.
Very nice.
Okay, I'll push out ahead.
There's our Ritagorgia over on the right, and another one of these little Paragorgia fans. Down
I'm going to
below,
push out just a
or
little bit. Watch these.
maybe Bathopathes. Great, thank you. Yeah, a couple Bathopathes are showing up here. That's what that one was. You're just seeing it on end. It's a black coral.
We've just finished that last move, and
This
this
size
pace
of
we've been
Ritagorgia,
going
this
at
is
is
better than the,
about right.
the
little
guy
ones,
we were-
yeah.
Time.
We gotta let him push out a little bit.
Definitely
before we,
waving in the wind.
Put in another move.
It's neat. Yeah. Continue. Just looking at it as I drift past
We are working our way up this narrower part of the ridge. We are seeing more animals.
Yeah, our basaltic rocks are definitely covered and hidden here.
Yeah,
To bring out your hacksaw.
Or
motorized diamond blade hacksaw.
Was it you or was it Scott
Do a quick zoom on this guy?
suggested?
Is it the same?
Yeah, I think it might be the same.
There's
There's a bunch of fuzzy stuff right on the ridge line there that looks a little strange.
Let's do a quick zoom. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a field of kebabs.
Is it? You're right.
Wow. That's a total
Look
guess.
at these. They're on all of the little ridge lines. Look at this.
They're all over the place.
Total guess.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I don't.
What was that?
I asked Jasper if he was hungry and just was thinking of kebabs.
No, we got a little whiles to go before dinner.
Holy cow. These things are all over the place. I think this is a tunicate, not a sponge. And that's what Charlie Wall also thinks it could be. So, but we collected one of these several dives ago. And so I'm kind of glad we did. This is seems to be a huge number of them right on this
note
ridge.
that one down.
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple of them already, and I'd noted kebab. Yeah, I've got it. Now I've
Are
changed
you
it.
saying that he thought the kebabs were tunicates?
Yeah, so these sort of sponge on a string here that we collected the other day, I'm leaning more toward it being a tunicate after looking at it microscopically, and that's what Charlie Wall, who's been on the chat room every day, also thought it might be.
Wow, I would have taken that bet for a ship dollar.
Yeah.
Or any other dollar.
It's not certain,
Well,
but
that doesn't look like any ticket I've ever seen. I still say sponge, but if you look at it under a microscope, then certainly got the edge on me. But they sure are abundant here.
right.
Want to do a full zoom?
Yeah, that's
Sure.
kind of a nice look at the abundance of them right there. Yeah, field of them.
The kebabs are always greener on the other side of the ridge.
God.
Oh, there's some
That
taller
was-
ones too, yeah.
That was so
Yeah.
bad. Or is that a coral? I'm not sure.
Maybe.
No, I don't know. Maybe it is.
Yeah.
Look at these things.
Well, just trying to get a stable shot there.
Wow, look at that. You know, Scott, there's a really, really important reason to call these things tunicates. And that is that if it's a tunicate, we're not counting those for the deep sea coral
coming up.
research and technology program.
I think I need to
That's
adjust
so
my
bad.
Z-bias slightly.
Hey. Yeah, you adjust it as you need to.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Get that. We
And
have
you need
a
to
limit on them.
push ahead a little bit.
Copy that.
What was that? No,
No, we'd have to
it's-
keep
And as
counting.
soon as it does,
That's
it's,
not one of
make
the
it moving
animals
again.
that we're annotating for the
Yeah, and
deep
it
sea
looks like
coral
his
program where we're
heading
doing
is,
a very
Oh, got it. I see.
upslope.
So you want us to count them all.
that's
Sure does.
correct.
If you want
Look at how narrow this
split the
ridge is.
difference
This is
and
really interesting.
push me over more on top of him,
I'm
like 125
Yeah, I was gonna say 120. Sure.
or 120, that works too.
Now this is very narrow. This was likely
All right, are we ready for that
one
now?
of these propagating dikes
Yeah,
that
go
got
for
their
it.
surface and sort
You
of
ready, pilot?
erupted out.
Yes.
Bridge, ROV nav.
Made
Go
pillar
ahead,
lavas
RV.
along its
We'd like
length.
another ship move. 30 meters, bearing 120 at 0.2 knots.
All right, that's a good copy. I've got 30 meters bearing 120 speed, decimal 2. Is that correct?
Good copy.
Copy that. Stand by for input.
I keep forgetting to update everybody on depth. I'm so used to having the chat room do this, but we're at
Can you give me a
2,073
quick
meters
partial?
right
RV
now.
nav bridge. Move has been
So we're
initiated.
working our way
30
up this
meters,
ridge.
120.2 knots.
Thank you, Bridge.
We got more of them.
Yeah, these little kebab sponges, tunic, excuse me. They're everywhere. You have beautiful starapathies in the background there. Pretty intriguing, the fact that nobody had ever seen this animal before a couple of days ago, and then we come on a site where there's literally thousands of them all over the place. It's sort of all over the place. It's sort of reiterating how little we know about what's going on down here and on these seamounts.
I'm just really surprised at this depth that we haven't seen any metallic gorgia yet. I mean, you see those corals everywhere.
Sure thing.
So not seeing them here their absence is a surprise.
Yeah, I agree, Scott.
Nice bamboo with.
Yeah, I've actually been on the lookout for the metallic
local high here
on all of these cruises.
Yeah, if you want to mark this nav.
I'm not seeing it. Every one of those little stock chrysogorges has sort of fooled me until we got a little closer.
Yep. I think I saw a pretty tall bamboo whip in the back left before. We've got a couple of different kinds of black corals here. We have the one that's kind of like a fan. The Storopathes, the small yellow ones. There's a Bathypathes most recently in the center of the screen. We've also seen some of these branched Parantipathes. They look like little test tube cleaners that are highly branched.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, Asako.
Hi, Asako.
Tina said it's a tourist process.
She said it was what?
She says what?
Tourist process.
Trissopathes. Oh, the branched one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
so there are 3 species of black coral.
There's something in the water column.
Yeah, let's do it.
Very good. Bathypathes, Trissopathes, and Storopathes. Thank you. Tina and Asako, what do you think these little sticks are with the grapes on them?
Come on.
You mean the
all the way out.
Thanks.
The kebabs, yeah.
Yeah, the kebab. What do you think they are?
Kebab. You just told us that they are tunicates. I don't know.
Looks like it turns
I don't
have to take a stand.
Waterport. Looks like the ridge continues on Waterport.
Yeah.
That would agree with.
Yes. You can talk.
I can talk. I can't take stand because
like
they are just using the remaining of my telephone.
135.
I don't have real Wi-Fi here.
Okay.
Okay. No, we're just trying to put all the names in. Asaka is typing hardly.
Yes, thank you. We got the earlier message.
And we have 20 minutes left after we had a special session, a special place, I think, without any internet again.
Yeah,
it was really interesting to know that they are not sponges, but it's impossible to see from such a distance. Yeah, really, you have to put it under microscope.
Sure.
Yeah,
but you've never seen anything like that before?
Not really. A colleague of mine, he sent me pictures of very like that, and he asked me if they're sponges. Not like kebabs, but they have more sausage-like, you know. And actually, I asked for Tatabachnik, and they said it's not mine. Absolutely. And maybe it was tunicate as well. We had to check with tunicate people.
So your back's going to hit.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to wait a few months to find out.
Tina, before you leave, did you see a picture of the black coral that we imaged yesterday that Scott and I were trying to decide whether it could be Heteropathes americana?
No, we haven't seen it because we were completely out of the internet yesterday. And if it is possible to send us, if stimulus were long,
Yeah, so I
sent you an email earlier tonight, Tina, and I
Oh,
included...
I didn't get a chance to look. I will look and I will go answer you immediately.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Tina. Yeah, it's a very interesting black coral.
Okay, we'll check now.
Should be complete.
Okay.
That was the voice of Tina Molitsova from the Shirshov Institute of Oceanography.
I can keep pushing out if you want to do another ship move.
And Asako
Sounds good.
Matsumoto
Okay.
from the Chiba Institute in Japan.
All right, and 130.
What is he looking at?
Let's see. I'm at 1-2. Let me turn to 130.
Again, we're having a nice
135.
again,
something
not
like that.
a hugely dense community,
in the
but a
background it
moderately
starts
dense
to
community.
Yeah, we can go
here.
135.
What surprises me is that these guys
Still
are all
bounce
hanging
after
out
that.
here, and we actually seem to have gained a little bit of sediment on top.
Yeah. We're still climbing this. We're still climbing the ridge.
All right, we'll
a
do
bit.
30 meters at 135. Bridge, RV nav.
Go ahead, RV.
Is that just a sponge
Would like another
stock,
ship
or
move.
is that
30 meters,
To your right.
bearing
Sponge
135
stock.
degrees, 0.2 knots.
That's a good copy. I've got 30 meters bearing 135. Speed decimal 2.
The
Stand by
interesting
for
thing to
input.
think about too is that we just sort of crossed the lift from the ridge from left from right to left,
Wait,
and it
just a
hasn't
moment.
changed.
Pilot, could you take a look at this unbranched white thing on the right upper
Yes.
corner? Sorry, I didn't mean to
That's right.
interrupt Jasper.
RV nav bridge
Wanted to
move has
make
been
sure,
initiated.
I
30
think
meters
I
bearing
almost see polyps on
135.
this
Speed
thing.
decimal 2.
Thought it was initially just a dead stock. Getting a little worried right now that it may be. What is this? It does have polyps. It is unbranched. Unbranched icidid, maybe. Or unbranched bamboo coral.
Okay, let's zoom in.
Is it partial?
Oh no, it's a primnoid. I think.
I was going to say,
You
Chris,
lost your
earlier you may have heard me talk about the shepherd's staff. So this just looks a lot like the Calyptophora
your toe and
clinata that we see in the
your
North
starboard
Atlantic.
toe.
Yep.
They have this shepherd's staff
Awesome.
appearance. You know, at the top they curl back over, and you can see how really smooth this whole thing
Right,
was.
that's
And that's
what
why
we-
it didn't strike me as a bamboo
Nice.
coral from a distance. The really tall ones tend to be kind of irregular and wind around, not quite coiled, but.
Yeah, and I don't think this is Candidella either, right, Scott? Because I think I saw polyps all the way down on it. It's
Right, as I say, Calyptophora clinata
Okay.
looks just like this.
okay.
If you want to take my camera, I can hold and you can go.
I'm
up and down
looking at
to
an
the-
image of it in
think
my
they'd like that.
database
Yeah,
from
they might want
Seamount
the,
in North Atlantic.
try to get the
that
lower
was
part of
from
it.
1,436 meters. Checking out some others. That
So
was
you're gonna
a
have to
new
rotate
release
the
described by
starboard.
Steve Cairns in
You can probably maintain your toe.
So I don't know that it's that species, of course, but it seems reasonable guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to, we've got that unbranched Narella hawaiiensis here
man.
too, and I just can't remember the details. They've got really nice shots of the polyps here. I can't tell whether they're up or down or.
They look to me perpendicular to up.
It's got a bare spot on the bottom here, but not much of a bare spot.
I don't believe I've ever seen a Candidella quite that tall. Doesn't mean it couldn't be. Might be a really good,
Polyps don't
growing
look.
condition for
Do you
it.
have any more
Polyps
zoom
don't
videos?
look
No,
big
that's
enough,
full
right,
zoom.
Scott? They don't look quite right for Candidella, so I think either Calyptophora or Narella might be the better guess.
I'm not sure the scales are right for Narella. I think Narella you would only see 2 rows
You have
of
your camera back.
fused scales,
Okay.
and it looks to me like
I'm
I'm
doing
seeing
just fine.
3 or 4 here.
Copy that.
Okay. put in a potential unbranched Calyptrophora, which would be a first for Hawaii or this region, in that unbranched, or an unbranched version in that genus, or an unbranched species in that genus, excuse me.
Well, then it might be worthy of considering for collection.
Well, that's a good point. Pilot, are we in a position to potentially...
I can move up there and get us in a good position for that.
Yeah, if it turns out to be a Calyptrophora, that would be absolutely a new thing, I think.
Would you like to zoom out video?
Yep.
Watch, we could do that, but we're going to need to move the ship back a bit, and it's going to take a fair bit of time.
Wide.
How much more do we have in this move?
This move is almost finished.
So move us back like 10 meters. Start us a move in reverse 10 meters, just to get rid of the swing.
Okay.
And he can come in and do his sample.
Okay. Okay, Watchlead, I don't think it's going to take too much time to do that. Are we interested in this? Do we want to?
Yeah, why don't? It's novel enough. We were all sort of looking at it, and given that we can't really query the chat today,
I have two kind of options here.
Okay, I'll get us in position for that.
I can either come at it from this angle or kind of push up against this angle.
I think you're fine at this angle.
Except for your rock squared away.
Because then you can actually open
and
your
I've
drawer
already
if
given
you
up
want.
on your rock anyway.
So I'll perch on top
You have.
of this.
Yeah, I have. You haven't.
No.
But
Got another hour and a half.
You're going to probably have to put this in the starboard
so I'm gonna
box.
nab my biology,
maybe I should-
our biology specimen before you start poking rocks, trying to see if anything at all is free.
We can roll anything.
All right.
Bridge, RV nav.
Go ahead, RV.
We'd like to actually make a short move backwards
Does look
to go
like
back and
Steve
collect
Cairns
something.
in
So
2012
that'll be 10
described
meters,
a species of
bearing
Calyptrophora
315
guinata
degrees, 0.2 knots.
from
Okay.
All right, so that's a good copy. I've got
really?
10 meters
Okay.
bearing 315 speed decimal 2.
Does that mean
copy.
you still want it?
Oh,
Copy
absolutely.
that. Stand by for inputs.
New record.
So for
Even if it turns
here, I
out to
think
be
I'm-
that
that's good. Close
Dorella
enough.
white
And you might want
lens is
auto
just
heading
for,
engaged,
you know,
and then joy lock.
it's going to be a new record, of course, for this area.
I was to say, you can
All
say
right,
that
co-pilot,
about every
we're
one of
moving,
them in this picture,
half
pretty much.
10 meters. I can try to cancel out that swing.
You're right, I can say that.
The position move has been
No, but this is
initiated.
a really
10
interesting
meters
colony,
bearing
I think.
315 speed decimal 2. We are
Maybe
now
you
moving astern.
wouldn't mind to collect it?
Yes, we're going to
yeah,
collect
that's
it,
what we're
Tina.
setting up to do, Tina.
Yeah. Have you seen this before, Tina? Something like this?
Not really, it's a very long one.
You're all set.
Well, we're going to get a. We're definitely
So,
going
go
to
for it.
collect it.
I'm going to take your main Zeus.
Okay.
Okay, it would be great. And there is some branched coral under the rock. I don't know what is that. There is another weep like that, very nice, and I guess the branched coral close to it. It's now left and down.
Left and down. Okay, we'll
Behind the
take
brown sponge.
Yeah, we'll take a look at.
No, it's not behind the bronze. It's in front of bronze. It's just below the
camera.
yeah.
All right. Well, we'll collect this, Tina,
Now
and then
it's
we'll.
out of the screen.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll take a look at that.
Zoom
So
it,
you're only
up
going to want the
briefly.
tip.
Yes, and I need to get these guys up here. Okay.
Okay.
So I want the very tip. Let's bring up my mini Zeus, if you would. And yeah, there with this. About how much do we want? Is there a certain length that you would like?
Just a piece that would
Reverse
fit
ship
in the
move is
box. It'd
completed.
be nice
Looks
to have
like
a
we
nice,
checked that swing.
nice, decent sized
Good
piece.
shape.
Okay.
This thing's so long that.
You don't have a lot of time here.
Okay.
Do you have an idea of which box it's going to go into, Pilot?
Oh, you missed the blades. You missed the blades.
What do you want to call it until then?
Yep, there you go. All right.
This one we'll call Calyptrophora unbranched question mark as the field ID.
Okay. And now we're going to go into my...
You ready for the box?
I am getting all set up for that, yes.
So you ready for me to extend the box?
Yes.
Could we get a zoom while you've got it in the arm, by the way?
Video?
No, it looks a little more Narella-like to me, Scott, but I'm not really sure.
Do we have anything in there already?
Nope.
Well, I'm reading about Clinata in Steve's description, and he also says that the polyps are directed downwards, so...
Oh, okay.
Can't use that.
Darn it. Okay.
Yep.
These guys, these primnoids need to acquire some consistency here.
Come wide on, Zeus.
It looks like at least Clinata has some pretty long spines or horns on the scales, the first whorl down from the tentacles. So you might be able to see that when you're looking at it. It looks like Texas longhorns, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I might take a peek at this evening when we get it on board.
Do you have Karen's New Zealand Primnoids paper from 2012?
I may not. I don't know if there's a... Would it be possible to email that to me? Do you have it as a PDF?
Yeah, that should be
absolutely.
Good. It
no problem.
Drop.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're clear.
Okay. Clear.
Okay, it's in the box. Thank you very much.
You still need your... You still need mini Zeus?
It's all secure?
Just follow it over so I can store it real quick.
Yep. You're getting tugged off this right now.
I'll go ahead and put this down for a second.
Yep.
Yeah, let me just come up and back just slightly.
So do you think that aft move wasn't necessary?
No, it was. It just hasn't taken effect. Because I was just starting to pull them off
Nice
right there.
thing about
yeah, I was
Primnoid collections is that it's going to the Smithsonian, and Steve Cairns is one of the octocoral experts in the world right now, and he's got a particular interest in primnoids. So he's sort of semi-retired these days. He's working half-time, but he's coming in often enough. I'm sure he'd be quite interested to see this.
If you're happy with it,
and he could advise us on the identity. He will. So.
Okay, there we go.
So until then, it stays in an identity
so
crisis.
I've turned
an identity crisis.
really far to port.
For that, that bifurcating primnoid, the two-branch primnoid. When they go to the Smithsonian, we'll give them a heads up that they're on their way, and I'm sure he'll take a look and get back to us with his opinion.
So now I need to just head forward.
You need to go more to your starboard.
Starboard.
I've turned the face shoe, so I'm way ahead of you right now.
Okay. Did you write this in my book?
So what was our direction of movement?
Yeah.
So
on the last move?
No, I was
we were moving at 135. We just reversed to 315.
So turn the 135.
Okay.
And head that way.
Copy that.
And I will follow you around.
Like, shake me or something.
No, this is while you were doing your interview.
Oh, doing the interview. Okay.
Hello, this is Asako and Tina, and we have to go now. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Well, thank you very much for watching as much as you could, Asako and Tina. We really appreciate it.
So you see where my compass heading is?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Have a good day. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So that's one of those, same one that we collected.
now we're starting to get back into familiar territory here.
Do we get a waypoint on that?
Yes, I have it marked.
All right, thank you.
I have never seen so many of these leaf sponges, these Tritopleuras. You know, you usually see some around, but not in the densities and the sizes that we're seeing today. Sort of
Looks like there's
punctuates
another
the point
fish up
that
at
we've
the
been
top.
making on a lot of these cruises. You
Yeah,
just
we're
don't know
back
what you're
into
going to
the,
see. Have we got a fish up there? Yes, we do have a fish up ahead, too.
Let's go ahead and do a quick zoom.
Okay. That's a partial zoom.
Okay, let's get some more.
Okay.
Alrighty. Oh, Bruce, we've got another different type of eel you will
Now
be
it is.
seeing shortly. And I'm going to let you go ahead and
So
describe
if we want
this
to
one.
put in a move for something like
And when you say you mean Bruce, and not
145.
me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Bruce.
Bring me back on the ridge.
I was a little worried when you looked my direction.
We could do that.
I would go with eel.
No, we can do better than that. Bruce can most certainly do better than that.
Bridge, are we now?
Oh, boy.
Go ahead, Arby.
We got that sample ready to start moving forward again, so I have a move in that direction. 30 meters, bearing 145 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Ones that we've seen so far by the
I'm going to call that back. I've got 30 meters, bearing 145, speed decimal 2. Is that correct?
That's a good copy.
Copy that. Stand by for input.
Lateral line forward. And it's difficult to describe, but the shape of the head and the mouth is different. It's got a more rounded snout, more prominent nasal flaps, nostril flaps in the nostrils, and the mouth shape's a little bit different. Ken Sulak might say it doesn't have the
RV nav move has
smile
been
that
initiated.
the
30 meters,
Apple
bearing 145,
Now,
speed decimal
Ken,
2.
just sent an email. He's watching. He didn't know that the chat room was down, so he may be hearing this, and I'm hoping he'll chime in with an email. I haven't had a chance to read what he had just written recently. It just came in as this eel appeared. But I'm confident that this is an eel in the family Synaptobranchidae in the genus Eleopus. And this genus, they're called arrow-tooth eels.
Come on out.
Something about the tooth morphology that I'm not familiar
Right
with. This also is very fat. It looks like it's either a gravid female with developing ova, or maybe it's eating a large meal.
Thank you, Bruce. Really appreciate it. That's Bruce Mundy at the NOAA Fisheries Science Center in Fort Island. So, and he was referring to Ken
Okay, we can
Sulak,
come on out. I think they're done with this.
Okay.
who's another
That's
foremost
so wide.
deepwater fish expert that we've been consulting, and Ken has been providing a lot of advice to Bruce and others about a lot of these species. So, and I'm delighted to hear that Ken is actually watching the dive today. He's been watching some of them all along here, so this is great. We're seeing more fish than we normally see, so it's great to have at least 2 fish guys on.
That's right.
I don't know if that's a different type of coral or that's just a ratty looking one.
You're looking at this one over
Yeah,
here.
is that the
exactly,
same one?
the one he's headed
I
to.
think
And there
that's the
could
same-
be a
it's the
sea
same
cucumber
fish.
right next to it.
Yeah, that blue purplish thing next to it.
Yeah.
We'll do a quick zoom.
I don't know. Yeah, we could.
It's a partial.
Thanks.
So that is a bamboo coral.
being eaten by that.
and it's a holothuroidium, but it's a different than the one that was sitting up.
Yeah.
You know, the other day you called the bamboo coral smelly. Now you're calling it ratty. Starting to get a complex.
That's Scott France from the University of Louisiana Lafayette, and he works on these bamboos. I've got to be very careful about
phrasing.
Calling different corals' names.
Yeah.
So this is probably another Keratoisis D2 clade, and we went through this the other day predicting that if this was Ecnomysis, which is in that clade, it would have volcano-shaped polyps, but the colony didn't cooperate with us because it takes those volcano shapes only when the tentacles are retracted. So these ones may be out, so may not look that way, but it's certainly a Keratoisis. And it may be the same we saw earlier that looked very leggy. It didn't have this many branches to it.
Okay, come on out,
Yeah, thank you, Scott.
Or full wide.
They're doing a little bit of a watch change here in the front row, so we'll be here for a minute or two while they all swap seats. And while they're doing that, I'll give an update on the depth. We're at 2,064 meters. We're on an unnamed flat top seamount, Guyot, that's about 60 miles west of Wake Island. And we're broadcasting this live ROV feed from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. We are now in the Wake unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument, and we're trying to provide some information, useful information about the deep water resources within the monuments, not just Wake, but for the course of the next couple of years. Marianas, we've been in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, we've been in Johnston Atoll already. We're going to be going down to American Samoa, Howland and Baker, Palmyra, Kingman next year. We have a very exciting program that's shaping up already for next year. A lot of cruises. We're looking at possibly 10 cruises next year. And we're also even going to go up into the musician seamounts northeast of Hawaii. And
very busy.
Very, very busy year. A lot of mapping, a lot of ROV work. It's going to be really exciting. And by the end of this 3-year campaign, which will end next year, at the end of 2017, we'll have covered a very large expanse of the central and western Pacific, all the way from Hawaii and the musicians to the Mariana Trench and the Islands Unit on the opposite side of the trench, Guam and Sinai down to American Samoa. So it's going to be a really fabulous data set, I think.
Afternoon, Watch Leads.
Good afternoon. Who we got in the front row? Maybe we could do a quick introduction of everybody.
Yeah, we could do a quick introduction. I'm Chris Ritter piloting now. We have Sean Kennison as navigator and Nick Palenko in the co-pilot seat. Over there we have Annie White in video and Art Howard doing clips. And we all represent GFOE, the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration.
Okay, terrific. And who's over there on video? I didn't. Is that Annie?
It's Annie.
Hi, Annie.
And then the two of us in the back row.
Yeah, I'm Chris Kelly. I'm serving as the biology lead for this particular cruise from the University of Hawaii.
And I'm Jasper Conter. I'm the geology lead on this particular dive leg, and also from the University of Hawaii, Department of Geology and Geophysics.
So what they've been doing is just following the ridge, it looks like.
Yeah, I think we're ready.
All right, cool. Last move is 145. How do you feel about that, Sirius?
And we're ascending this ridge on this
30 meters, point 2.
Sounds good.
It is proving to be quite busy with life. Big rocky pillow structures in a lot of places.
What do you mean pillow there, Jasper? What's a pillow? Those don't look soft and...
They are not soft and fluffy. These are not the pillows to
By all
sleep on.
means.
Maybe if you need to decide on which one to pick, they might be one to sleep on. But yeah, these are round shapes of lava.
30 meters bearing 145 speed decimal 2. Stand by for input.
And wants to erupt on the seafloor. The crushing 2 kilometers or more of water on top in this area. Don't allow it to really go very far, because the minute it flows out, it goes from say 1,000 degrees to seawater.
Nav move has been initiated. 30 meters.
Summarize this at about 1 degree. Celsius, so that 1,000-degree temperature difference makes it sort of set in
Bridge,
place.
just be advised, we do
from
have a squall
glassy
ahead of us,
outside
fine
layer,
to starboard.
and
It looks like it's
inside
going to cross our
the
bow,
lava's
heading
kinda
right to
stuck.
left, heading to port.
Ends up
Should
making
not be
this
an
sort of
issue,
drop
but if
shape,
it
these
does
sort
get a
of
little
balloon
closer and they get a
shapes
wind
that
shift,
we
I'll
call
keep you
kilolavas.
updated as I see it.
Sometimes they stretch out a little bit. In that case, they look more like a tube, so we call them tube lavas. And they tend to sort of make these stacks or mounds on the seafloor as the eruption continues and puts out more and more of these little lava blobs.
Yeah. Kind of a little nice deep sea scene.
Yeah.
Just
looks like we have
Chris, we've
3
imaged
samples.
most of everything that we're seeing. We're
2
still
bios
finding
and
little
1
nuggets
geo.
of things
We have
that
a
we
rock
haven't
and
imaged
starboard
yet.
forward.
But
Okay. Copy that. Well, I'll just kind of give you the most as many views as I can while we
Chris,
just
is
kind
this,
of mow
are
the
these
lawn here.
small sponges, or am I being fooled again by Chrysogorgia stellata? There's a couple of very disc-like.
Yeah, they're both. There's some small sponges, but also there's Chrysogorgia stellata on the bottom as well, Scott. It's kind of a mixture, and some of them look very white, like this one coming into the right now. These two, you'll see it in about 5 seconds. These are Chrysogorgia
Well, that's the ones
stellata.
I was referring to. I was 14 seconds behind. We were pointed that way a moment ago, so I'm glad we're looking back there, because one looks like it's on the front face of a rock, and the other is standing on a rock.
We're sort of seeing it a little bit on edge, but this is a really nice scene. Just looking out on the ledge there, quite a lot of corals and sponges.
Yeah.
Got these.
Thank you.
This is where you need to bring someone in to paint a nice still of this area.
I like these sort of community scenics here that come across every once in a while. I love the close-ups, but I also like these because it just gives everybody an idea of how much life is down here, you know, at 2 degrees Celsius water, near freezing water, and type of pressure that's greater than a 3,000 psi scuba tank. And here in total darkness, total blackness, and yet there's all types of animals that have figured out how to survive and thrive down in these depths.
So I'm kind of down in a little divot, co-pilot. Just don't follow me down there. Just keep that altitude. Probably be good.
Copy that.
So, Chris, we have both of our biological collections, but Jasper, he's a little sad right now. He's only got 1 rock, and if you spot something on the bottom that could possibly be loose, he could be a happy man. He might even give you a ship dollar tonight if he gets one.
That sounds good. I'll.
So particularly on these sort of lower ends, we may get better chances. We've seen mostly solid hillsides and tops.
Okay. Just give me a shout if you see one that you think might be loose, and we can either nudge it with the skid or get out the craft.
So, Chris, we never got a close look at those 2 discs that I was referring to earlier, and one of the reasons I brought it up is there was this very unusual for me, primnoid that we found in the North Atlantic seamounts. It turned out to be a new species, Steve described as Parastinella atlantica, and it had that round shape, but the one we found was much, much larger.
Pulling me a little bit,
so,
pilot.
So Parastinella occurs.
Yeah, you can come down.
Right. Sorry, I misunderstood you, Scott. Parastinella has been documented in Hawaii, and it does have that sort of rounder disc shape as you described. But the one Amy Bacco Taylor actually collected the specimen on one of her cruises, and that was also a really large specimen. But they've got to be small at some point. I agree, and I guess I wasn't listening. Sorry, and didn't realize you wanted to zoom in on those things.
If you get to the end of that move, just put another one in.
That's fine. If you had a look at it and you felt comfortable,
Copy that.
they
I might
were
adjust
Chrysogorgia stellata-like. That's fine
that
for me.
sounds good.
It just
I
looked
might
to
do,
me like it was growing
Come
in
north a little bit more.
different orientation.
Yeah, maybe like almost 100.
Yeah,
That's okay with
I
you.
thought it was
Yeah,
still
it's
out.
fine.
But
good
if
to
you
me.
see something
Copy.
else that you're questioning there, please let me know, and I'll definitely see if I can catch it fast enough so we can get a zoom on it.
Will do.
Come full
I'll do
wide
my best,
video.
keeping in mind the delay.
Right.
We're full wide.
Thank you.
Looks like that.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, there's some nice candidates down here, aren't there?
Go ahead, Nav.
Lasers
It's
on.
another one of the.
Sure, why the hell not?
Almost look like it.
These rocks look like candidates here.
I think we're
All right,
not
let me
going to
read this
find
back to you.
anything
I've got
better.
30 meters bearing
Okay.
100 speed
Might
decimal
wanna
2.
hold off
Stand
the
by
Maybe a
for
little
that.
bit to the left of where you're looking.
Copy. Cancel that move now.
Yes, you may. Good catch. What do you need?
What are
That's
these?
about- That one's probably a little big.
That's a little large, yeah.
If you're
Cancel
if you're
move on.
aiming for
Stand by.
a 30-pounder, that'd be a good one.
30-pounder. That's gonna be more than 30.
Maybe a little more. Maybe we
Yeah,
hit
like
40. Yeah,
100?
that one is a lot more.
What's
What about that one up the upper
Yeah,
left
a little
corner?
bit more up and around.
Right there, that kind of cylindrical one.
upper?
It's right above
It's
the
this
lasers
one.
now, and slightly to the left of the lasers, and
Oh.
up higher.
Ah,
Yeah, I guess it's not that cylindrical, but
this
yeah,
one here.
yeah, that's it.
That's pretty big too.
Oh.
What's
That's bigger.
Yeah, okay.
That's 30
about-
plus centimeters.
That
How about
one-
this one there, maybe.
that one right there? Might be a little better.
Yeah,
right.
maybe that one or the one behind it.
Okay. Well, we'll see how big they are.
Is that the rind on there, like a possible
That's-
pillow? On the one behind it?
This looks like a bit of a cylindrical
Yeah,
shape
that's-
again. Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering. So would you prefer the one he's on now or the one behind it, that cylindrical one?
Can
That
we
one
zoom
there?
in on
So
that
here?
one?
Yeah. Standby video.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Give it a zoom.
Oh, I don't know. Is
So
that
that's
free?
a partial zoom.
Copy. Just hold there.
That's hard to tell, but it does look cylindrical.
Well, from here we can try that one, and if not, grab the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, why don't we try that?
If you're okay with that. Okay, come on, video. Is that a good plan, watch lead?
Just one creature.
Yeah, but it
one
might be
creature
one
we
little-
collect, and it throws everything
You want to
off.
get a hydraulics spun?
I hope for you there's
Got a
nothing
pilot.
on this rock. That way you don't have to deal with me saying we need to pick a biological sample with a rock attached.
We all set? Good on hydraulics?
Yeah, hydraulics are on.
Copy.
I came down just a little bit.
Alright, can you you put mini Zeus up there? And come around. Just actually right there is good.
That's good.
Hydraulics live.
This is always the moment of truth in rock collecting. Is it free from the bottom? We'll shortly find out. And the answer is?
It's a little ways out there. A little further than I thought. Can you tilt up on this?
Sure. It does look like it's a good distance out. But luckily this patch has a few other places to look.
Yeah, there's some other ones.
Stand by one here.
Yeah, if it does in top view look nice and round, so this really does look like it's a nice cylindrical cut from a tube again.
Yeah. The base certainly looks round. Look at that.
But it turns out to be Let's see what we get.
Here it goes.
Right.
Is it going to be free?
Yeah, we actually should nudge it first. I don't want to hurt my jaws. Sliding down the hill a little.
It's free. Yeah, look at that.
Right.
That'll do.
That's a good rock.
I like it.
Just keep sliding back. Okay, where's the other geo sample? Nav?
It's in the
starboard
side.
Yeah, starboard rock box.
Copy that. That is good to know. Okay, can you come down on the port box and come in on the port wing?
Sure. So let me track both.
Yeah.
So come in on the port wing.
Come in on port wing. Yep.
Oh, it's definitely circular.
It looks almost like a tree trunk.
I know.
Definitely is
it's a great one.
Cylindrical shape. That's more than likely a tube lava. So one of these sort of stretched out.
Oh, it's got one of those tunicate on the top of it.
It's got a little kebab on there.
Yeah, so we're going to get
We're gonna
another
have a
one of
second
those.
kebab.
Yeah. It's got it's a
a
single
couple
in,
of
isn't
them,
it?
yeah.
There's a double one back there.
Oh, there's a double one back
This one?
there. Right.
This
yeah.
actually, there's
there,
more than
there's
one.
two of them there.
Yeah.
All right.
I was going to say that this thing is so perfectly circular that it looked like a whale vertebra.
That'd be a first.
Who knows?
Okay, video, come on.
Alright.
Try to place this in there without messing up the
So there's
kebabs.
a couple of those little kebabs that are popped, and so I'm going to maybe do another really close look at those.
You mean those sponges on the top, Chris?
Yeah, that's what those kebab sponges or kebab tunicates.
We're purposefully leaving the word sponge or tunicate out and just saying kebabs.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Well, that's why I was purposely saying it. I was thinking of that.
Gonna see what condition they're like. They're gonna be coming up under ambient sea, under temperature, but that's okay. Since we've already got one. There's another big one.
Bonk.
All right.
Oh, the lid did shut all the way. How about that? So it's in the box. We've got all of our collections finished.
Yeah, you can come outboard.
Excellent.
Copy that.
Check.
Yep, that's what it is.
Happy with that rock, Jasper?
Looks nice, unless of course Scott's right and it's a manganese encrusted whale vertebrae.
Nothing wrong with that. It's a fossil then.
Then
right?
it's a fossil for someone else.
Yeah.
Then I'm not real happy with the rock, but somebody else might be happy with the bone.
Well, you know, I do not have a whale bone in my fossil collection.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, hydraulics off.
Oh, darn. The only
Well,
problem
not
with...
only did it have the shape, but I mean, I see no other such
Hydraulics
perfect
off.
pillows in this area. Where did it break off from?
We're at the
Pilots,
bottom of
can
a
you put
pillow
that
mound again, I think.
stand
And
by.
so
Yeah.
this is a roll away.
Good to change the view on
the
right monitor.
the pillows that we've been seeing, some of them are, or most of them are sort of more pillow-like.
Wanna get
but some
lined
of
up
them
here,
are more
pilot?
of these
Yeah.
longer tubes,
100.
and when they start rolling
Got
down
that.
the hill, they crack down their sort of
Coming left.
cooling cracks. You get these sort of parts of pillows that are more elongated, that look more like tubes. I think this was just a middle section.
Great, fair enough. Thanks for the education.
Yeah, and if it's a whalebone, doggone it, we're still going to have to send it out. I can't put it in my collection, you know, because I guess we got that contract with the Oregon State University Repository to send all our rocks there, to be fair.
That's right.
Sorry?
Oh,
How much
well.
longer on bottom?
On bottom?
Yeah.
So we get.
So if you
off
look
at
in the
5:25,
the image
it'd be
coming
good
up now,
So we start to
Scott,
set
you'll
up a little
see a
couple
few
minutes
of these
before.
things. They
Coming-
look a little bit
coming in.
longer, stretched
If
out.
we get off at 5:25,
but
maybe a couple
they're
minutes
the
before,
same
we'll
kind
be
of
on time.
features, so
Alright,
it'll be
so
a bit
now-
in the top left
Yeah.
of your screen. And so there's a few more pillow-like shaped things, and then some more tube-like things.
Yep. At least now I see a source where it could tumble from.
Yeah, so this is basically the bottom of the pile.
I'm
This
a
is
real evidence guy, you know.
There's something red down there. I think it's probably a sea. Oh no, it's a fish.
Where
So
is
could
this?
we zoom? It's red upper.
Is it a fish?
Upper left. Yeah.
Upper left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Nice spot.
Yep, it's a fish.
Come down a little bit, Copel.
Copy that.
You got me intrigued because a red fish would be kind of unusual here. Is it in mid-water or is it?
No, Bruce, you're gonna know this fish. Don't worry. He's one of our fun pals that we really enjoy encountering every once in a while at these depths.
I'm right at the end of my tether watch these. We will get there.
Bruce, I'll give you a hint.
Patience is required here.
Okay, I've got to wait for it then.
2 minutes before we can push in.
You gotta even wait longer, Bruce.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's okay. You could do a snap zoom as a teaser.
Yeah. I think I might be able to inch
You
it a
should be
little.
seeing it.
Yeah.
Pilots,
I
do you
already
want that
have an
move
idea of
put
what,
in?
what you're talking about
it
now.
not in?
I'm thinking.
No, you told me to
Let's
send
see.
moves.
Yeah,
so yeah.
sorry.
It's
Yeah,
propped
good.
up with one fin on rock and the other
Oh,
fin
I
on
see.
sediment.
Okay, go ahead,
Go
video.
ahead, Nat.
Yeah, I think
Sir,
you
what do
got
you
it.
need?
Oh,
That's
there.
not quite full.
Copy.
There he is.
Looking right at us.
All right, copy that. I got 30 meters bearing 100, speed decimal 2. Stand by for input.
Give it all you got, video.
That's all the way in.
I don't think that one is quite as ugly as the other picture I've seen.
Harvey Nat Bridge, move has
So-
been initiated. 30 meters bearing 100.
I know you're
speed decimal
studying
2.
this, Bruce, because you know all of the details to take a look at whether or not it's the same type of thing we've got in Hawaii, or at least the same species. It's obviously the same genus.
He looks thrilled.
Okay, now I've got it. Yes, I think it's the same thing. As far as we know, there's only one species across the Pacific that looks like this. A group is constantly under revision, and Hans Ho in Taiwan keeps working on this group.
Okay, come on, video.
This is a sea toad or a coffin fish. It's in the same order as the anglerfishes and frogfishes. This is in the genus Calcanops. It's Calcanops coloratus. This is a really interesting view. Usually we see these from the side. They're almost always seen in this pose, an interface between a rock and a sediment area with one of these pectoral fins, the hand-like fins on the side, propped up against the rock, and the other one resting on the sediment. There's a paper that was published a while back that describes this. They have large sensory pores around the head and along the body with
There's lasers.
cells that sense vibrations and movement. he has a little lure between the eyes that you can see in that close-up. Since there's no sunlight down here, we don't know if that lure is
Let me know when you
luminescent.
think you're moving,
It's
Copilot.
bioluminescent like some of the pelagic anglerfishes. I suppose it's a possibility. It also might actually, and this is sort of chemical attractant for small invertebrates in the bottom, but this fish probably feeds on little invertebrates on the bottom using this lure in some way or another to attract them. So Calcanops coloratus with the family Chonacidae, and it's a sea toad.
Thank you, Bruce.
Okay, Copilot, take my camera. Other one.
So the fish is not
Come
dead.
on in video.
He doesn't think anybody can see him because
Oh,
normally being red
tilt
and
down.
at these depths is totally black,
Yeah.
and so he'd blend in perfectly.
And keep coming, video. We'll get a side
Yeah.
shot
See the little
here
lure.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is right there. It's in a little slot there. That's
Yeah.
what Bruce is talking about, that little kind of puff ball in the slot right where his nose would be.
So you're going to start walking?
Yep.
Oh, he's
yeah.
lifting his foot.
Come
He's
a
lifting
little
his
wide
foot.
video.
He's
Get his
starting
feet in
to
there.
get a little
There
concerned.
you go.
He says, "You
What's-
guys don't leave. I'm walking."
Yeah, what's going on here? I'm doing it really slow so they can't see me.
Nice shot.
He opened his mouth really
Oh,
slow.
his tail's moving. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Also see that the body is covered with spiny scales, scale-like structures. The entire body is very prickly.
Now, is he yelling at us? Or is he just yawning?
He's trying to eat us.
Starting to get a little bit of movement, Pilot.
Copy that.
Now, unfortunately, with my schedule, I'm going to have to leave, but this is a great finale to leave on. I hope you see other
Come in
more
tight on his
really,
face video before I
fun
try to
bits
get
like
the
this
side.
for the rest of the
Side is
dive.
full.
Yep, that's full.
Remain. I also wish that I could participate in a couple of dives on the weekend, but unfortunately I can't. So I will be back on Monday looking for more great fish like this one. And thank you very much for a wonderful dive. For me, this is a great ending for this dive.
Great. Well, thank you for participating, Bruce. We really appreciate it.
Oh, he's thinking about moving.
Yeah, I was going to move, but not if he's going to.
Whoa. Someone lost some weight.
Ooh. I wish I could do it that easily. Jeez. I need to know his secret.
I think he's going to actually swim away.
I think
Little
he
live
is
video.
too. Here he goes.
He says, "They're on to me. It's time to move."
That was it? That was his big move?
That was a big build-up.
Where'd he go?
With all the advertising that went on before? What was that, Bruce?
These are not very active fish. They're like the shallow water frogfish that divers like to photograph. They don't move around much. They depend more on
I'll try to get a...
sitting and ambushing their prey.
No, never mind.
And relying on habitat.
He's just playing with you now.
Body for protection.
Yeah, I think you guys in the ship are misinterpreting those moves. I think he's coming at you threateningly.
That's right. It just doesn't want to spend too much energy doing it.
Partial video. Let's see if we can get a little side view.
He looks a little mean. That sort of that
Oh,
little
there,
scowl
yeah.
on his face there.
Try to get
He's
a side
keeping a
view.
fisheye on us.
You tilt
Come
down,
full
Pilot.
Full wide.
Stand by.
So those of you who are not scuba divers, then you may or may not know this, but red color is one of the colors
Okay,
that's
yeah, come down.
extinguished the fastest as you go deeper. You're
Start
diving
to come
deeper
in,
from
yeah.
the surface. Literally 30 feet below the surface, and all your reds are gone. So down here, he's either going to be absolutely neutral or he's going to be black
Okay,
under
you can
ambient
give it
light
full.
coloration. Even if there
We're a little
was
ways away, but
some,
That's
I
full.
mean, there isn't
Copy.
any ambient light coming in, but
one tilt down.
he would be very cryptic under normal circumstances, and he's only very colorful just because we're illuminating him with artificial light. He's got eyes. You might wonder why fish would have eyes down here. Well, there's a lot of animals that actually bioluminesce.
Yeah, you can come up a little.
And it may be that he is actually trying
No, I
to
mean,
spot
sorry.
the light
No,
that
my fault.
animals
No,
are
serious.
creating. And that's what he's using his eyes for.
Sorry.
Yeah, coming up.
A lot of invertebrates do this. There's salps. There's other fish that actually bioluminesce.
He's got the little trail of
The little lateral line.
Yeah.
And he's got a little split in it too,
Yeah.
so you see they're coming down here.
So do we know what sort of part of the wavelength
Come on,
spectrum
video.
these fish can actually see in?
No.
They reflect.
Copy.
But it's, from my understanding, it's most likely on not this fish, but I think on other fish, they are sensitive to blue-green range, and so they're in 400 to 500 nanometer range. Is a lot of the bioluminescence is down there is in that kind of green,
Yeah.
greenish blue range as well.
Oh, there he goes.
Come in.
So they
Track
do
dive,
swim.
Co-pilot.
Yeah.
Come up. Is that a parasite?
Oh, you're right.
Keep
It
coming
is
in.
a parasite.
Keep coming up. Track
Good
it.
spot.
There you go.
That's a big isopod
Just hold
parasite
it.
on him.
Just hold tilt there.
Okay.
Feed out for landing.
Yeah.
It does.
Well, what do you think? Should we leave him in peace now and
Yeah.
continue upslope a little more and see
Yep.
if we can find some more really cool creatures like this guy?
Just a note for those people who were tuned in yesterday, we saw an isopod with
come on,
very,
Dave.
very long legs kind of dancing in the water column. And Chris, you asked me to discuss a little bit about different kinds of isopods, and I said that there are some that are characteristic parasites of fish, and that's what we're looking at right here.
It's just be advised, you got a little rain. Doesn't necessarily look like a squall, just looks like general
So
shower,
Scott,
but
what
if it was in the ship,
what
I'll
does
let you
that
know.
isopod
We're
and the
picking up
one
slightly.
yesterday have in common? What makes them both isopods?
Got real far behind there. We gotta keep an eye on
The
that.
name isopoda is referring to the legs that are on the thorax,
I've seen this
and
fish.
it's basically in contrast to the amphipod crustaceans that we see.
Probably ship's been stopped
the
for
amphipod,
maybe 2-3 minutes.
The
Do
first
you want me to
four
look at
legs,
another
Yeah,
one?
you can get
the
another one.
dactyls,
Are you
or the
comfortable to
hooked
keep going
claws
at
at the
100?
end of the leg point posteriorly,
Whatever you
and
guys
the last
think.
three point anteriorly.
Yeah,
so the
co-pilot,
anther
you
is
want a
referring
video?
to the fact that they're kind of pointing
Yeah, looks good.
inwards
100?
towards
All
each other.
Copy that.
Whereas in isopods, all of the legs are
Keep moving
essentially
towards
the
the waypoint.
same going down the body. Although, as we saw in that swimmer, some of them are much longer.
Oh. Okay,
I see a
come on.
fish, so I'm going to stop
Great.
now.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. So they had the
Go ahead,
ship
Nav.
store opening announcement as well.
Yes, you may.
So that's Bruce is no longer. I think he's probably
Alright,
taken
30
off already.
meters,
But
bearing
this is that
100
Kumba,
speed, decimal 2, stand by for
species
input.
that we've imaged before. We got one
Okay.
earlier on in the dive.
Well, we'll let him be then.
Yeah.
He's cooperating now.
Well,
Hold on
well,
just
go
a
ahead.
second. My engines are ramping up. I need to figure out
Go ahead,
why
video.
we're ramping up really quick before I put that move up.
Cooperate.
Hold there. Just change my altitude here.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting pushed to port. I wouldn't mind trying
So
to bring my
these
head
are
around
in
a
the
little bit,
family
maybe 5 degrees, 10 degrees
Macrouridae.
to starboard.
It's a rat tail.
But it may have just been one quick push. Wind speed's
And
picked up
these
to
are this is a
13.5
very
knots
common
coming out of
family
173.
of deep water
So
fishes.
actually, I would
There's
kinda
a
like to
lot
bring
of
my
them
head over.
around the world, a lot of different species. Most of the different species
yeah, we are definitely on the
been
A-frame right now,
described from
and I'm
things
gonna,
that have been
current heading is 130.
crawled
I
up
think
or
I'm going
something
to
from very
push
deep
this over
water
about
and in a
140
museum,
and
and
see how that holds.
you don't
Copy that, Brent.
really
Copy that.
look
All right,
like
stand
this when they're actually described.
We can let him fly
So
out of the frame.
This
then.
is obviously quite
Yeah,
marvelous
pilots,
to see these things alive
we're just
and
gonna
really see what
just
the fish
heading
looks
to
like
10 degrees.
in its natural environment.
Copy
Try to
that.
get a better
Yep.
ride.
They have a little
so the
whisker right under their
move's
chin.
been
That's one of the
on hold for a
characteristics
second.
of many of the
Come
species.
wide video.
All right, we're full wide.
Copy that. Thank you.
So clearly the substrate has changed dramatically. We just have a big, huge rubble pile here.
We went from the low point with all the sediment to being right at the bottom of, I suspect, another pillow mound, and all the pillows that sort of fell out are sort of piled up here at the base. And apparently the fish like this area.
So one of the things I like to do is to go over different types of topography and substrate, because you can really start to understand what they're cueing in on,
Yeah.
where you see a pretty dense community, then it tapers off like it does now, and you start to see how important maybe a firmer, more consolidated substrate is to a lot of animals.
Seems like the sponges are sticking it out the best on today's dive.
Yeah, we can't get over there, but we can certainly give you that
Right.
view.
They're all spaced out. There's some dead ones in there as well. And there's another one of these vase sponges that we collected. That was our first collection. I think it's the same one, just a smaller version of it.
Looks like we're running into some steep stuff here, so I'll just...
That's where all the rocks are coming from.
There's tons of rocks here, Josh.
Yep. You never know what you're going to find, so take what you can get.
Well, you got a nice circular.
We got a very nice one, I think.
I'll let you know before I start it. Got it.
But this would be easy picking too. It's like the whole fish in a barrel thing.
Right. Yeah, your problem is that you'd probably be in a daze because there's so many targets here.
It's like, that one. No, that's too big. Well, that one, that's too big too.
It's a geologist candy store.
It's not very good for your teeth.
No. Well,
I guess that goes with the whole candy thing.
Winds are hanging out at 12 knots out of 167, 170. I'm going to input your position move now.
Just above the middle.
If
you want to get a tighter shot?
Look to be
let's
good,
do a quick
then
zoom
when
on
we
this
finish
one.
the position move, I may do another heading change. Right now, it looks to be pretty nice, though.
Might be, but. And there's also a little orange colony on the side of the boulder to the left. Maybe after the sponge, we could.
Sure.
Get a quick
Go ahead,
look at
video. I'm not going to sit down if we want to go over there.
So
Okay.
that's partial.
Copy.
So this is what we call Ferret-Neroca erecta. There's a genus in the family Feriidae that's called Feria, and there's sort of a short, bushy, tubular type of glass sponge. That's Feria oca. And then we've got, from the type specimen, we found a bunch that look like it, but we're not absolutely certain it really is it, so we call it Feria-Neroca. And then we've discovered that there's a version of the sponge that isn't a bush. It actually grows up quite tall, like this one does, and so it's called Feria-Neroca erecta. And that's the status of the taxonomy for these things. They are brittle sponges, very thin-walled. You can see right through them, and you can see a little shrimp.
Yeah,
There's
they're
something inside of it.
hiding inside.
Right.
Making themselves at home there.
Yeah. And they've got what's called a dictyonal framework inside of them, which means that the skeletal parts, the spicules, have fused together to form a framework, a very rigid framework, and that's why they're quite stiff and brittle. But they're beautiful sponges to look at under the microscope because this framework is rather distinctive, and it's really unique, very symmetrical. Usually it's often 2 layers thick, and it's got little almost cone-like structures right on each of the nodes where the joints are, and it's really fascinating. It's got some also other types of spicules in it that are loose. Not all the spicules are glued together that are really amazing. You can tell I like sponges.
I know. Looks like a little damage on that one.
Yeah, and something bumps into it, it will break because they're brittle.
don't you come down a little?
Sure.
Pretty high.
So, and then
what I was fascinated by was what was
Come on,
moving
yeah.
inside of that sponge. It looked like
You just
a
say
little
come out?
shrimp.
Yeah, sorry. Come on.
yeah,
Speak up.
I
a little.
think
I
there
wanted
was
to
a
say
couple of them
Alpheid,
in
but
there.
I've never
That's
heard of
full
an
wide.
Alpheid in
Where was the
I've never heard
orange?
of
So the
Alpheid in
ruck's-
deep-water
I
sponges.
think off to the left
the
on
rock's
the rock.
over there to the left, and it's got, there's a couple sponges around it, and then there's that brown coral.
Oh. Gotcha. Shrimp.
So it'd be good. This could be, this is not a Chrysogorgid, Scott, I don't think. This could be something different. Maybe this is what you were looking at earlier.
Try to get a broadside.
We're just getting to it now. It is disc-shaped anyway, like the one that I was pointing out.
Pilot, you're drifting off to the left side. You want me to come around?
Copy that. Yeah, keep me in view. If you don't mind.
I don't know.
Okay,
It could
come on in video.
still be a Chrysogorgid. Let's see. It's a
Yeah, it could be
Chrysogorgid.
a Chrysogorgid growing sideways.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
And then there's the one sponge to the, well, you're catching the one on the left, but there's one to the right on the rubble there below the boulder too, that since we're zoomed in already. Just wanted to make sure I understood what that one was. It's a little bit more to the right as well.
Can you come a little wide video?
Yep.
Hold there.
Right, where is he? Keep going a little bit further.
Alright.
There he is. He's just showing up. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, and those look like on that other rock, there's some type of cnidarian polyps, maybe zoanthids. Not sure.
Okay, come on in video.
That thing has a stock
Okay,
behind
this
it.
is sideways. It flipped over.
Yeah, it got too heavy.
Yeah, it's a bolosoma, but it's been flipped on its side.
It didn't pick a good rock.
No.
Cheap real estate again.
Yeah, and make a note there's zoanthids on the rock behind it.
Just give it one look at the zoanthids and then we gotta go.
Sure, great, thank you.
Jasper, that observation about the cheap real estate is interesting because, you know, an environment like this would not be conducive to very large corals and sponges because the substrate simply isn't stable enough. Those are definitely zoanthids back there.
Okay, let's
nice
come
little
out
cluster.
video.
One of the things about... I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So it's full wide.
I was just going to say one of the things about zoanthids for general public watching, one of the ways you can tell them apart from anemones and corals is you see that the body wall there is really rough, grainy, and they can embed sand grains and so on into the wall of the tissue, or the tissue of the wall.
That looks like a big something up there, sponge maybe.
Good sponge. Is this? How about let's try this one? I'm
Okay.
not convinced this is the same. This is a. I think this is a Paragorgia that's overgrown with zoanthids, but we'll find out.
Okay, video. Let's give it a snap. Hold there.
Yep, I think that's what we're looking at. It's even got a couple brittle stars in amongst its branches.
I agree with you, Chris.
So we were trying to.
So earlier I had said
come in
that
video.
Paragorgias were
Black
different
background.
from the
At
other
the end of the move.
Gorgonian sea fans that we were looking at, like the primnoids and the Chrysogorgias and the bamboo corals, and that all of those other ones
close.
have a
Maybe just a
clearly
couple more
internal
meters.
skeleton, but these
Yeah, let's look at
Paragorgias
this again.
don't. And one of the things that's interesting in the context
you said
we're
that was
looking
max
at
video?
now
Yeah.
Okay.
is that these zoanthids are overgrowing it. They're connected to one another. You can see the yellow tissue continues from one polyp to the next. But
Waypoint's a little bit
the
down south. Maybe we get
Paragorgia,
on
the
top of the
red
original.
coral, is continuous underneath it. And so that's why all these red polyps may still be connected to one another because the tissue is
Yeah, I think it
internal
would.
to the branch
Because right now,
and
DT
not
is pointing
external like it
060.
is in the Gorgonian fans that have the internal skeleton.
Huh.
So another way to
Lydia, when
think
you're
about
clear
that is
here.
we've seen several bamboo corals
Alright.
where we said there's tissue missing.
Pilot, you good with us playing
there
another
may
movie?
be
Yeah, that'd be good.
a crinoid or something sitting on the bare skeleton.
All right, we're full wide.
What I'm
Copy
saying
that.
is Paragorgia, you would not find that bare skeleton. There's no such thing inside it. It's tissue all the way through, and so it can be continuing to
Go ahead,
grow
Matt.
underneath the zoanthid.
Well, that's pretty interesting. I didn't know that.
Go right ahead.
I've never actually looked at a Paragorgia under the scope, and it's. You know, the other thing, Scott, I was looking at is in the gallery
It's
here.
good copy. 30 meters bearing 100.
We at least had tentatively
speed decimal 2. Stand by for
identified
input.
the one that you don't really see dramatic balls on the end of the branches as Paragorgia coralloides, and that one, the examples we have, a lot of them are overgrown with the zoanthids. And then we got some just Paragorgia species that have all the bubblegum balls on there, and I don't know if that's just this, just a ridiculous division. We were trying to figure some way out of. Yeah, go ahead.
It's hard.
Take a look
There's
at
more
this
than
here.
a dozen species of Paragorgia, so they're very hard to tell apart at this scale. But it does seem that some of them are more susceptible to those zoanthids than others.
Are we interested in this coral here? Watch this.
I was going to say one additional thing. If you had a piece
Go ahead and zoom
of
in.
Paragorgia in the ship lab
Good,
compared to, Primnoid or Chrysogorgiid or bamboo coral, and if you took a razor blade,
So it's a
you'd see
partial.
that the razor
Copy.
blade goes through
Black
the
coral.
Paragorgia very easily and smoothly. You just, no hesitation, whereas you're going to get stuck on that
Okay, you
hard
can do it a
internal
little more.
skeleton and those other things.
That's full zoom.
Copy.
This is a really pretty picture of a Bathypathes, I guess, Scott, that's going to show up any second for you. You can
Yep,
really
looking at it right now, Bathypathes for sure. I don't know if it's an alternata, but you can see that the branches or the pinnules on either side of the main central axis are alternating as you go up. So that's a possibility. You can also see where the tissue has been exposed in some parts. You can see the black skeleton underneath. And I'm wondering, am I seeing two polychaete worms there? One that's kind of yellowish and one that's kind of purple bluish?
I think so.
Yeah,
the center of the axis. That's the thing that Tina's always wanting to see.
Yeah, the pilot agrees with you. He thinks those are worms as well. As soon as you said that, I can sort of see it too. I didn't notice them until you mentioned it.
Yeah, so polychaete scale worms are common on these Bathypathes, and that's exactly where they sit, in the polyps that line that central axis.
It's a really beautiful close-up of this coral.
I remember the first set of hurl dives I did on the Pisces 5, seeing the close-ups of some black corals. I forget what species it was now, and I had no idea what I was looking at. I couldn't understand it because of the way the polyps were stretched out.
It's a little steeper, so I'm going
It made no
to cut
sense
some
to
of
me
those
at
off a
all.
little shorter.
I've learned a lot since then.
Okay, coming up.
Copy that.
Get realigned on bearing 100.
Roger that. I'm there.
So we're slowly starting to climb this next little hill here. I'm not sure how much time we've got left and whether we'll reach the summit, but you can see the substrate change already, where we're now back to that very manganese-crusted
Looks like there's a
pillows.
sea star.
Yeah, I'm going to head over there.
Got a little sea star down there. Excuse me? We're at...
Are we still below 2,000?
Yeah, we're 2,045, Scott. Yeah, I think they're going to zero in on this sea star. Like it's a little different than the ones that we've imaged so far that had longer arms. Probably still in the family Goniasteridie, but...
How big was that other rock that we got today? Just curious.
I think
It's
yours
smaller.
is bigger.
Yeah, yours is definitely bigger.
Okay.
Gotcha,
So,
pilot.
I'm sure that was in the end what was more important about that question, right?
No, vehicle behavior. But yes. Go ahead, video.
Looks similar to
No,
what
it
we
is
saw earlier.
similar to one of the ones that we did.
That's a partial.
That's that
Copy.
sort of.
Yeah, and I don't know what this one is. Chris didn't call in about this, so he might have gone to bed.
Go ahead in. Further, it's probably close to full.
Nope, that's as far as I go.
Yeah, I don't know what this guy is at all, except that it is in the family Guyot charity. I think. Wonder if he's going to come back and say, well, maybe Meaty asked her or something again for this one. He might have been talking about
bridge.
this one. I can't
After
remember,
this
but
position
it's
move, the wind has begun to shift. We're back to about 160, 159. That may bring us back over to 130.
All right, video.
But I'll wait till we
clear
settle out.
here, watch leash, or you want to wait to see if Chris answers the starfish call?
No, I think we're clear. Thank you.
Copy.
He
So
didn't.
we're full
Don't think he answered the last one or two calls, so he may have gone to bed already.
Understood.
Already being like.
Is this the one he suggested might be Meaty after?
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was wondering, Scott, where that might be the one that he thought could be that. Could be
It
one
looks
of
a
these.
lot like the one in the Mbari guide that I'm looking at.
Come in on this video.
What if this is
Water
one of
column.
those little arrow?
Hold there.
Yeah, with the really
Oh,
long.
this is one of the isopods. Yeah. Swimming isopods. The long legs.
That looks very inefficient.
Yeah. I can stay off the bottom.
Whoa, never mind.
Never mind.
Look, now you irritated him.
Kill lasers. That's kind of cool. Transformation. How are we doing, co-pilot?
About 70 degrees tilt.
Copy.
He seems to have a lot of something growing on his legs.
Yeah.
You sure it's
But I
not
think
just
we're
dirt?
at the end of the ship move.
He's been.
Copy that.
No, I'm not certain that it's not, Jasper.
He just bailed on us. Oh, yeah.
Okay, come on, video.
Well, you know, Jasper would know dirt, being a geologist,
I
Scott.
think I'm
So
gonna sit tight on this.
might have
Like this
something
heading for now, and I'll change it to
Right.
maybe. But right now I'm good.
Push ahead.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that it would have a lot of dirt trapped on the legs, since unless you think he's collecting that out of the water column, sheet it.
I think it just sort of decided to stop on the ground.
All right, well,
That's where it was headed.
we got to push up here.
Yep, yeah, coming up.
Can you, keep coming up. Keep an eye on that slant range here.
a few more of these Norellas showing up, and another polyophagon. Just a few. We were seeing a lot of these earlier on.
Is there an anemone down there?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, looks like it.
So, can you tell me how much longer we have in the dive, and are we?
We can do a snap zoom here video.
Okay.
Yeah, wash it. So we have about
Let me know when you're
40
ready.
minutes left in the dive.
40 minutes? And
Um,
can you tell me
So
about
that's a
how far
partial.
we are away from the end point?
yes, D2 is roughly
Looks
200
like when we
meters
got
away.
before.
Come again?
Looks like when we imaged
So
before.
if we
Copy
keep
that.
moving
Come on.
steadily, you'll be close.
Okay, why don't we do that? See if we can, unless we see something really unique.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, pilot. Once you push out a little, if you're
And
good
every
for
time
another
I say
move.
that, like 5 seconds
Okay,
later,
yeah.
something
Keep the
shows
boat
up.
going.
Yeah.
Which is really spectacular.
Co-pilot, how do you feel about still 100? Seems to line up
Another
pretty
Do we
good.
want to come
fun
more
fish,
south
maybe?
just
You
to,
should say
so
that
we
in
hit
the
that
first 10
waypoint?
minutes of the dive.
We could do like 115.
Oh, no,
Be at
I'm
a
serious.
Doesn't work that way.
Lining up pretty
What
much
is
dead ahead,
that?
though.
Looks
Yeah,
like
what
a
is
can.
that?
Doesn't
Man-made.
work that
Go
way.
ahead.
It's about 110.
It's a candy
Yeah.
wrapper.
10.
No, it's a
That's it.
can of something.
Yeah.
We've got a little bit
It's
more. zoom.
trash.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Hershey's.
Out here?
I can't read it, but it
I
says something
thought
like
it
that.
did say Hershey's.
Go ahead, Nat.
Okay, we're full wide.
That's just wrong.
Yeah, right now I am.
I mean, Hershey's isn't wrong. Don't get me wrong there. It's just there was a can down there.
Yeah, I copy that. I've got 30 meters bearing
It was
110
purposefully
speed
sank
decimal 2.
by
Stand by for
whoever
input.
didn't want that can anymore. He said, "You will sink."
Interesting
I
little
don't
ridge here.
quite get people who throw trash over
Yeah.
the side of the boats, frankly. Maybe that drifted
RV9 bridge move has
somewhere
been
off
initiated.
land,
30
but
meters bearing 110 speed decimal 2.
That looked older.
Pilot, we came right another 10
Yeah.
degrees just to line
a
up
lot
better
of
at that
dead
final
stumps
waypoint.
here.
Okay,
That's it.
110.
That's correct.
Copy. Thank you.
Got a few dead down stocks and a few broken, a lot of broken ones.
Up.
Just the way the manganese has just completely smoothed out.
It
This
just-
used
yeah.
to be a very coarse, bouldery, cobbly slope.
Somebody poured tar down the side of this is what it looks like.
Yeah, it's extraordinary the way it just covers everything, burying everything.
Yeah, you're good there. Go about it.
Copy that.
Sorry, I was just saying we're going up, not that you needed to. Give an image down the side here while we wait.
Okay. Take the overviews. I like these long shots sometimes. It just gives you perspective, gives you sort of, I mean, the water's pretty darn clear here too, I think.
Yeah, it's nice.
But you still have that current from the starboard side?
I'm not feeling too much right now. I can go hands off and let's see where we go here.
Just didn't look as much like the dirt in the water was floating that direction anymore.
Yeah, it wasn't floating much at all away. I would say negligible current. I guess that's tidal though.
That's kind of why I'm asking is I'm wondering if because it stopped, we're on the same ridge, same exposure, if the
Yeah.
current stops running. I mean, we are going uphill, I guess.
Another one of these sponges that we collected. So there's been a fair number of those today. See this one? There's two of them.
There's a
actually.
bigger one back there.
Yeah, the bigger one is like the one we collected.
And there's another one of those funky branching corals.
So the I said it's a big polyopogon sponge, massive sponge in the upper part of the screen.
That's the way we're
Looks like
headed.
yeah, it looks like there's a bunch of stuff that's picking up just upslope a little ways.
Chris, what was the answer to the question, how much longer in the dive?
We've got 40 minutes and we have about 200 meters to cover for our waypoint. So the navigator's thinking that we could get pretty close to that by the end of the dive.
Ship's moving currently.
Uh, 26 minutes left. Okay.
It's a little bit less, yeah. So 26 minutes puts us to about 4:24 or 5:24 local time,
5:24, yeah.
UTC time.
I don't know if you copied that, Scott. We have 26 minutes left, not 40 minutes.
26, was that what you last said?
Yeah, 26 minutes left. And then we'll
Looks like there's a poly
Yeah, and
keyboard
then
right
this
in the middle.
dive planning call, I'm not actually sure where we're going tomorrow.
Copy nav.
It's going to be weather dependent.
Just give you a heads up.
we
Wind is
will
continuing to
find
move,
out
more towards our bow.
what the status
as soon as we're done with
is,
this position move,
the projections
probably gonna
tomorrow
bring
about
the bow
the
back
storm
over to
systems that are around
130.
here.
Just to kind of split that difference a little
We're
bit better.
tentatively
But
scheduled to
only
go
gonna
to
double
Lake
click.
Atoll.
Yeah, I think so.
But we may, depending on weather, we may actually go to the next Guyot
Coming live?
over and
Thank you.
postpone the shallower dives
We're
off
wide.
of Wake.
Stepping for a worm too.
Got a little bit of a shift change, it looks like, here.
That is correct. We are at the end of the move.
So you're bringing the heading around right now?
No. I'll let you know before we bring the heading around. I'm just trying to let the ship settle out. But I will let you know before we initiate that move.
Oh, we're heavy. We pick up a big rock?
Yes, we did.
Oh, jeez.
No, Jasper's just out of control.
It wasn't that big.
Well,
now everything scales to that 48-pounder, you know.
It was 48.
No, that was
Yesterday's.
yesterday's. Yeah, it was 48 pounds.
I didn't.
But
We didn't make the 50 pounds on that one.
He
All right,
voiced the
Bridge,
desire
I'm
to
gonna go
get
ahead and bring
over
our
50
heading around
with me
now
this
to
morning.
130.
Oh, my goodness, no.
Once the heading is done, I'm going to wait a second or two to see how
I know
she
you're
settles
trying to get a
out.
workout, but we have a
Then I
gym.
can go for a position move after that.
Actually, it's just a workout for you guys mostly.
No, it'll be.
I just
we
walk it up
kept
the
everything
stairs.
on the A-frame, so the A-frame is going to be the center pivot
Excuse
point.
for a second of
Takes a little
pause
bit
here.
longer
I'm
time,
actually
but yeah, I won't change
trying
anything
to
up here without
reset
letting you know.
our Z bias because we are sinking quite a bit. So, yeah, still losing. There we go. There we go. See how that goes. Sinky. Okay. So what's the?
Well, we're gonna make a run the last 26 minutes here and see how far we can get up. We're only about 200 meters away from the end point. So
Okay.
we're gonna see what we
Chris
can
wants
do.
to try and summit.
So you want to try to make some ground?
Yeah, and we've imaged most everything so far
Oh.
today. We got some really great stuff. You missed a beautiful fish, Jeff, on the last.
I heard about it a little bit, but I didn't miss it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was up on the bridge. I saw that. It was pretty interesting.
There'll be some video and stills coming out of that guy, I'm sure.
I heard he was chubby, maybe.
He was, and then he
lost
deflated-
a lot of
he
weight
lost a lot of
suddenly.
weight. By exhaling. I've got to learn his technique.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm curious how that works.
I guess what we need to do is
Now,
swallow a lot
we
of
just
water.
finished the
Yeah.
ship. Is that right?
Have you seen this little guy right here, center
Yeah,
screen?
we've seen all these.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep moving, Jeff, please.
Yeah. It's steep. We're going.
I got you.
More up than forward at the moment, but we're going. And I might remind you we're heavy, so more up than forward, and we're working hard to get up. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. So still plenty of these really dead stocks here of this larger one. That's what we're assuming these stocks were from. And well, there's another pair of Gorgia there. A couple of them, the red ones. Got some good close-ups of some of those. This is pretty steep, isn't it?
There's a reason why there was a pile of rubble at the bottom of this.
So I've got 7.5 meters right now for where I am now. Let me back up a little, see if it's still that tall.
Do you have the cleats on the ROV?
8 meters. 8.5, yeah. The cleats?
The cleats.
The rough terrain
Parking
tires.
that bridge looks like that heavy.
Look at this.
heavy
No,
is-
we do have four-wheel
Let us
drive,
get
though.
for a
Or
minute. Sue, see how she
six-wheel
holds.
drive,
Looks
really,
like she's
now.
holding pretty good. And we're doing a
Getting
quick
nice
watch
little
turnover
cluster of
for
sponges
chow
with the
relief.
big corals right
Mr.
up ahead.
Lackey will let
That's
you know
pretty-
when we're good to go for position.
It's very, very narrow.
Just make sure you're coming up to me.
That's a circular thing. It's just the base of one of these.
just the base of a dead thing. Couple of really nice polyopogon colonies here. These big, 3 of them actually, big massive colonies.
So it looks like hills a little bit east of where Sirius is facing now.
And there's
Okay.
Jeff, you see this little bit larger colony there that's above the big sponge?
Possibly. Yeah, the white one.
Yeah, the white one. I wonder if we could get a zoom as we go by there.
Oh, of course.
Harley Nav Bridge, we seem to be settled out. Anytime you want another position move, just go ahead and give us a holler.
I'll head over there.
These sponges look like they're kind of fighting there.
Fighting for space, as if there's not enough mountain for the two of them.
Well,
They all want to be at the top of this thing.
They had plenty of space earlier on when they all settled, and then now it's getting pretty.
It's the view, Chris. It's the view.
It looks like the tomato plants in my garden. I planted them a little close together. Now they're consuming each other.
At least they can lean on each other.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen this coral before. This is worth taking a look at
Okay.
on the way up. And I think this is a primnoid, but we'll find out when we get a little closer.
Yeah, I'll settle in for a shot here. Holy cow, we're heavy. How big was that rock? Okay.
5
Alright.
feet by 5 feet.
Yeah, that's roughly. It
All right,
fit in the
come
box
on
with the
in.
lid.
Video?
The lid closed.
That's a partial?
Okay. You can take it a little farther if you want. Thanks.
That's full.
So, Scott, I'm sort of thinking that this could be a Paracalyptrophora, but I don't know what your thoughts are about it. The polyps are a little bit small, and the colony's quite large.
Words out of my mouth, or the word, I guess. Paracalyptophora is the overall shape and gestalt, as you said before, is that's the impression I had.
Yeah, good, thank you. So these, this is a genus of...
Is there any part that you need to see to help?
Maybe a little zoom out just to get an idea of the size of these things.
Yeah, are the lasers on, Copilot?
I'll bring them on.
Thanks. I have lasers. I think they're...
So the
center on the
Paracalyptrophora are one of the
Oh,
genera
just off
in
the bottom. Can you
Primnoidae
come out a
that
little bit
can
more video?
Yep.
Produce some really big
Thanks.
colonies.
Hold right there.
Here, and as you can see, this guy's...
Look at the lasers on there.
We're looking at it at an angle, but you know, this is probably 50 to 100 centimeters wide.
And why don't we just frame it so we can get an idea of the whole colony size real quick?
All right.
And
Thanks.
a lot of the
If there's any shot you want, we can go for it. Sorry, didn't mean to speak over you, Chris.
Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, no, this is good because oftentimes it's the colony that cues you in. It's a Paracalyptrophora, and they often have a lot of ophiurids on them as well, more than just one like some of the other primnoids. I think I'm fine, Jeff.
All
Whenever you're
right.
ready to-
Video might want this shot. Come in real tight again. Sorry.
Great.
This part's got a little bit more black, and you might be able to make the polyps pop right here. Let's see what we can do. And then we'll run off, I promise.
Okay, thanks.
But I had a little complaint that the video didn't get quite the still they wanted on all of the important subjects, so since we haven't seen this maybe yet, we'll make sure we get a good still of the polyps.
You mean Annie was complaining again?
No, it wasn't Annie.
I would never dream of complaining.
She's loving all of this, I'm sure.
There is that refreshment stand at the finish line that that Chris and I are hoping to get to.
Okay.
All right.
If you've got it, then I'm happy.
Yep, I think we're good.
All right. Let's
All right,
continue
we're full
on.
wide.
Thanks.
So it looks like it might be a bit more to port than we've been facing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, a little more to the east.
Yeah, I'm going to turn a bit and face you.
Yeah, for sure. You just sidle up or line up on whatever your sonar return is, and we'll head that way.
Will do.
And you can dial that in whenever, Nav. Looks like I wouldn't go much more than 30 meters on this move, just till we know we're past this.
Maybe 100, 110, something like that. Okay, I'm on it.
It's more Bathopathes, more Primnoids. These big sponges
Yeah,
are
but
what we're
they
calling,
want to cover as much as we can.
This is the bridge. Go ahead.
Ready for that move. 30 meters,
The red one is another one of these Paragorgia.
30 meters, bearing
nice
110, 0.2 knots.
Good copy.
Coming up.
I see another one, Jeff.
What,
God darn it.
what do you need?
The yellow one. So
The yellow one in the back there?
Yellow one in the back.
That's what you sound so upset. That's what we're here for.
He's hoping to get to the end, but he knows he's not going to get there now.
There's
Yeah.
another fish. So the animals are conspiring not to reach the end point. There's a fish beyond it.
Yeah.
Did I hear we had 200 meters to cover? I don't know.
You can skip the yellow one and maybe go to the fish. This is a overgrown Paragorgia. We got an image of that already.
Okay. Zoom fish.
All right.
Thinking we're going
Interesting that there's an overgrown Paragorgia and
almost
another
full
Paragorgia that had
Okay.
absolutely no zoanthus on it just in the foreground.
He's going down pretty quick, and I have some coral beneath me, but I'll use my camera to help me out.
rat tail.
Oops. He found the floor.
Oh, the nav bridge move initiated.
Come out partial just so I can find him real quick. I'm not sure where he took
There
off.
he
to.
is.
There he is.
So that's very
Uphill's
overgrown.
better. There's no coral uphill so much.
Bruce
Get
Mundy
my
has
camera
left us
resituated.
already.
Okay, come on
This
in.
looks like it's one of these Kumbas.
Hold there. I'll get him in view. As long as he didn't swim off crazy.
He's got a really
There he is.
translucent fin on the
Try me to
bottom
drop
there.
lasers.
So one of the reasons I was looking at the yellow corals, we have yet
He's
to
being a
dump-
little sporadic, I guess, for me. Come on out, video.
And that was the coral you were looking for?
No,
Oh.
the reason I was looking, I got distracted there, but the reason I was looking at that yellow one is because we have yet to document.
All right,
a
now you can kill
plexaurid
lasers, and we
site.
can go
We
again
haven't
for
seen
the
a whole lot of them
fish.
on any
All
of
right.
these
Come on in.
locations, and I keep thinking we're going to see some.
There we go. Stay consistent with your swimming.
The Staropathes over to the
I
right.
think in general they're more common at so much shallower depths.
Yeah, that's good point, Scott. That's right. Yeah, this is the little Kumba that we've gotten before on this one.
Okay, so you're okay with this?
Yeah, we're okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to make sure we got a good shot in you for sure.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate it. Keep thinking we're going to see some other types of these rat tails, but so far this is what we're seeing on each of these sites, and
All right,
not a whole
video.
lot else.
All right, come on out.
Thanks.
I would say today is probably the busiest fish dive so far.
Yeah.
Which is funny, it's, well, I guess not that deep. I was going to say, it seemed pretty deep.
Yeah, our depth, by the way, is... Oh, Scott, we broke 2,000, so we're at 1,995 meters.
Holy heavy. There's no way I should have to use 50%
So it
thrust to
sounds like
climb.
the perfect intervals that we should see something different, and nature just does not cooperate with our desire to
About all the tether you
put
have.
them into bins.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the same thing,
ship
but
headed?
then
Is
it'll
ship moving?
wax and wane. We'll,
Wow, I thought...
we'll get a nice little
thought-
grouping like we're going
I
through
didn't really
now,
look. I
and
thought
then
I'd have to give a
go
good
down
push
a little
after goofing
trough
off with the
and
fish.
kind of barren. And
Guess
You
the
were,
ship wasn't
you were
quite
pretty
caught
well
up.
ahead to start.
So when
again?
Nice.
when you're talking about
Paragorgia are certainly,
Happy to-
we didn't see
happy to
those
stay
in the
pretty
deeper
stretched on this kind of
end
terrain
the
anyways.
dive, so they're, I guess you could chalk those up as being somewhat shallower.
Yeah.
But don't you, I mean, the 2,000 meter thing, I assume that the pressure isn't the limiting factor. It's more a matter of current bringing food and substrate and temperature, oxygen, those kinds of things.
Like tugging ya?
Maybe oxygen. Is
Sure.
Does
Sure, absolutely.
sure. I'm not getting
I
any-
don't think there'd be
any
much
tug
change in the
Okay.
oxygen
wise,
level.
but I'm
at
pitching a
this
lot.
depth.
Yeah, I'm just
we'll
trying to
be pretty far below any
adventure
oxygen
in
minimum,
my
so,
tether length here. 'cause
I was kind of just joking around about how, this magical round number means nothing really at this point.
I think you're feeling the move with Sirius
So
yet?
again,
Oh,
another
I definitely
Paragorgia
am.
here, almost
Okay, good.
completely overgrown. It's fascinating.
Oh, and
You
there's
can
not
have
much on your sonar at this point, huh?
no evidence
There's not.
of the
There's
Atlantic, and then several others
it's more
that
or
are
less still
completely covered.
ahead.
Yeah,
Just
And I don't know if that's just the chance of the
How close are we to the end of that last move?
Paragorgia, or something else.
Why don't you dial in an additional 30? What do we have, another 10 or 12 minutes?
Yeah, I sort of wonder whether or not it's just chance.
Bridge, go ahead.
Hey, we want to tack on
Colony
another
gets
30 meters to
hit
the end
by
of
a
that
pioneer,
same
and then
pairing,
maybe they just spread
110.
out on it, and the other colony just hasn't had one of those things land on it yet. Maybe all those zoanthids are related.
30 meters,
I'm not
110,
sure.
0.2
colony.
knots.
Good copy,
Oh,
thank you.
I'm sure they are all related. You know, they're asexually growing, and so I think it is basically one initial recruitment event to a colony. But once you have multiple polyps, they themselves can be reproductive. So why wouldn't there be larvae leaving from that colony to the one that's, 2-3 meters away? That's kind of the way I was thinking about it.
I see. Oh, could also be their orientation with the current. They're all kind of going up along the side of this ridge, and if the current's washing back and forth, maybe they're not downstream from the ones with the zoanthids on it. Who knows? One of the interesting things that we see
Much
down
in the way
here.
of current today.
No,
Seems
it's
like
pretty
it.
calm.
Nothing else. We should be letting everybody who's listening, especially younger people, that there's lots and lots and lots of questions still to be answered here in our ocean that would be great to attract some creative young scientists to some of these problems, especially as we're developing these tools
ROV
to go
nav,
down
bridge, move
and
initiated.
investigate the sample.
So we got a sea urchin here on the right. That's a new one for us.
Yay.
Take a look.
Of course we can. Be my pleasure to take a look.
Oh,
Moving at
it's
us.
moving.
They
Yeah,
did.
moved a little.
They got little feet. I'll try to land so we can catch a glimpse of the feet, actually, because those are fun. Right, that's probably good.
Almost circular.
Yeah, so I
Might
have
tug
an
you a
idea
bit
of what
until I
this
catch
is,
up.
except for
That's
those
all right.
spines that are sticking out underneath, unless those are 2 feet.
Yeah, okay, you can cut
Could
the
be.
video.
Okay. That's partial.
Thanks. Come around. Might get the lasers on.
Almost looks
I
like
don't know
a
if we'll
sea
see them in
urchin.
the zoom or not.
Right, so we have
Lasers on.
something
Guess not.
similar to this that I always
Can
thought
you
was
just come out a little bit
Parasoma
so we
in
can catch the
Hawaii,
lasers?
shallower
There
water.
we go. Thanks, just for the second
And
to see
Rich
precisely.
Bowie has come back and he says that things that look like this,
There you
at least
go.
I
That's
think
10
are the same thing,
centimeters
are
basically there.
Tromicosoma
All right. You can come
hispidum.
back in.
That's
Okay.
one
We'll frame out
possibility
the
for
lasers.
this urchin.
There we go.
This is one
I
of
was
the
going to read something similar, Chris.
yeah. So I'm trying to spell that in my
The
notes
kind of
here.
third.
Yeah, it's a kind of third.
Yeah. I'm looking at one, the same genus.
Is there any,
the
well, actually, is there any spot you want to take a close look at, or
I'm
is
just
this good?
pointing it out. I'm not saying that that's what this is, but there's an image of one here in the Ambari guide from 2,666, between 2666 and 3250 meters. So the
Right,
depth
thank
isn't
you.
bad either.
Looks like he's
Yeah.
got little white socks.
Right. And so
On the
I think that's good.
Okay.
Jeff, that's
Video, are
gives
you
a
happy?
lot of
Yep, I'm
detail.
happy.
All right.
Should I come out?
Sure. Yeah.
That is a name
When
I haven't
yeah,
committed
sorry.
memory yet.
When I say that, if you're happy, then
Okay.
come out at free will, and I'll
Sounds good.
take off. Yeah, sorry.
I think it's these guys
Yeah,
in the
I'm-
Atlantic
I-
that often have, or
not as-
yeah, well,
maybe as
actually,
bossy as
often
other
have a little, I think
pilots.
it's a 2 mile steel that hides
You
out.
guys all definitely have your own personalities.
I allow for a little bit of artistic license. I don't mind so much if you zoom or whatever. So, whatever is the best
I know,
shot.
Scott, that you were mentioning that
Sounds
last
good.
year or something, but that sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah, I don't remember if I think the paper is by Peter Oster. I'll have to dig it up to find out if it's
All right, looks like you
a
caught up a
Custhroat
little,
or
so I
something
got a little
else,
room
but
to
it's
run.
definitely
Whee!
a fish larva. And they hang out right up below those urchins, and those, I forget what Jasper just
that's
said,
weird.
how he referred
Look at
to
that,
those
33%.
white
I'm
structures
making
on the
good
end of some
time.
of the spines. We were calling them snowshoes, and the idea is
Wonder if I had a little down
more
current
surface
pushing me
area.
down or something.
So
That's
when
why
they
it's so
have
heavy.
sediment, they may not sink.
Wasn't pushing me off. Usually the down currents push you off the hill too.
Looks like there's
Earlier
a
we
fish.
thought
up
it
Ooh, I
above
do
us.
have a fish.
It's going up.
I'm gonna run after the fish real quick. Is this a different fish or the same?
There's a fish. Oh, there's a fish, and this would be a good one to image, actually. This is a different fish than we've seen all day.
Okay. Let's
And,
try to see if he'll let us get the
queued him up,
profile shot.
Scott, by mentioning cusk eels.
All right, video in a second. Come on in.
Maybe he just doesn't want to leave the urchin that he used to be living under.
Okay.
No, don't sink.
So,
There you
given
go.
that Bruce is not
Alright,
on
loose
right
lasers.
now, I'm going to take a stab at this thing. I
Yeah.
think it's a Basozetus. It is a cusk eel.
He's going to cooperate with us.
And this one is actually cooperating. We might have seen something like this earlier in the dive. Oh, he's got the bifurcating. Is there a
Do a
bifurcating?
little pirouette around his nose.
But is there two on each
Nicely
filament?
done.
He's got another set of
As long as
filaments.
he's cooperating. Oh.
He does. Uh-oh, okay.
I tried.
I mean, potentially have to adjust my ID.
Go after him here. I got a little room.
Got it.
Come back, fish.
Should have kept those closed up, then I could have gotten away with my ID, but...
You have to say it.
It's starting to get
Which
a
is
bit
the
on
guy
top.
that's
Sean,
got
I
the
still
double
fine.
Yeah, all right.
bifurcating
Sean, I think you're coming
fin
here, man.
rays.
Chris,
I
Crystal.
thought it was...
Crystal, oh, you are. Okay, good. I thought you were trying to take nav. All right, why don't you come wide?
Okay.
Thanks. It's time to hand off, and they're going to come off bottom shortly, so I want to get them situated.
ROV nav bridge, move
down
complete.
on
All right, video's going to switch out too.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm still struggling with that fish. Boy.
Okay.
Just going to have to make a note, because I
All
can't
right.
seem to find the picture of that one. But... So the species...
While you're looking for the fish, I just checked out the paper. It's by John Moore and Peter Oster, and it was indeed juvenile cusk eagle associating with pancake urchins.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Yeah.
Hey, Washleets, this is a pilot, so we only have a
We've got
1 or 2
got
minutes
Brian
left.
here sitting down, getting ready for the post-dive call. So he would be the one person right now who knows what we're potentially going to do tomorrow. So
Hey,
that's
pilot,
good.
I'm just going to give this one last
Hey,
push
Scott, how's it
forward.
going?
Then we can probably, yeah.
I'm actually
Co-pilot.
getting a little tired, Brian.
One
but,
last push ahead.
Really?
it's going well.
Really? Well,
And then we can probably set up.
we can make this really
you don't
quick
have to push ahead.
if we want to, and since you're the only one
what
still on
we
the
can do
phone,
is
kind of
come
forego the
up
dive
a
planning
ways
call
in this
because
formation.
the weather tomorrow is
And then
fairly
turn around.
questionable.
Or I'll turn and you.
I think our best bet is to go and get snug in right by the
that.
northeast
Just
side
a
of
couple
Wake
last
Atoll
views.
and basically find what we can dive in the lee of the island. Is probably our best choice. So
I'm always for safety first and setting yourself up so that you have the best option of getting some work done. So that sounds fine with me.
So do you want to look at the bathymetry for the area and
Hey,
talk about
Washleets,
that?
I don't know if you're
or
aware, but
do you want
it's
to just
time
leave
for
it
us to
up to us
set
to
up and
find
get off
the
bottom.
best spot?
Yeah,
So that's
surprise
what we're
me
going to
tomorrow.
start to
Okay.
do.
Well, sleep tight then.
That sounds great. All right.
Yeah.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Have a good night.
Thank
Thanks
you,
a lot.
Scott.
Come on.
You too,
Coming
Brian.
up.
Does that mean you're coming off the bottom now?
I think they are. They're
Yeah, sorry, Washleets.
All right,
I just want to let
copy
you know that it's time to get
All right.
off
Well, I'll
bottom.
talk to you guys tomorrow then. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank
Thanks,
you.
Scott.
Leaving
Have a good
bottom
night.
from 1971 meters,
Okay,
Scott.
coming up with you.
All right. Delta of 20.
Good night.
That was a good transit.
Thanks for joining
Bye-bye.
us. In case there's anybody else on the line still that hasn't spoken in a while, have a good night. We are lifting off, and we are running to catch some dinner.
Well, I think we're going to talk about the dive a little bit first, and then we'll... Oh, you want to do it? Okay.
All right.
Yeah, no worries video.
Okay.
So I'll let you take it from here. You just let me know what you want me to do.
All right, so I figure we get to, I'll get to out